Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Vembo, and tonight we'll be going over the same old usual stuff on this channel. As always, comment where you're watching from and play this in the background while I read some Reddit stories. Our first story comes from Tyler, who thought he was dealing with a simple property dispute until his neighbour took things to an absolutely ridiculous level. My neighbour tried to charge me rent for my own driveway. This happened about 6 months ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around the sheer nerve of this situation. I bought my house 3 years ago in a quiet suburban neighbourhood. Nice place, decent neighbours, or so I thought. The house came with a standard driveway that leads from the street to my garage. Nothing fancy, just your typical concrete slab that's been there since the house was built in the 80s. My neighbour, let's call him Robert, lives in the house directly next to mine. He's probably in his mid-50s, retired, and apparently has way too much time on his hands. For the first 2.5 years of living there, we had a perfectly normal neighbour relationship. We'd wave when we saw each other, help bring in garbage cans, that sort of thing. But then Robert got it into his head that he needed to have his property surveyed. I'm not sure what triggered this decision. Maybe he was thinking about putting up a fence or doing some landscaping. Or either way, he hired a surveyor to come out and mark his property lines with those little orange flags. The surveyor spent most of the day measuring and marking, and when he was done, Robert came over to my house with this smug expression I'd never seen before. He knocked on my door around dinner time, and when I answered, he was holding a rolled-up piece of paper that turned out to be the survey results. "Tyler," he said, "we need to talk about your driveway situation." I had no idea what he was talking about. My driveway situation? The driveway was fine. I'd never had any issues with it. Never blocked his access to anything. Never parked on his property. Robert unrolled the survey and pointed to a section that showed the property line between our houses. According to the survey, the property line ran right through the middle of my driveway. Not the edge, not close to it, but literally down the centre of the concrete slab. "As you can see," Robert said, acting like he was explaining something to a child, "half of your driveway is technically on my property. Now, I'm not an unreasonable man, but I can't just let you use my land for free." I stared at him, waiting for the punchline. This had to be a joke, but Robert was completely serious. He went on to explain that since half of my driveway was on his property, I owed him rent for the use of that space. He'd calculated that half of my driveway was approximately 150 square feet, and based on local rental rates, he figured $50 a month was fair. I told him he was absolutely insane. They'd been there for 40 driveway high years, long before either of us owned our houses. There were easements and grandfather clauses, and all sorts of legal protections for situations exactly like this. But Robert wasn't interested in hearing about any of that. He pulled out a folder from under his arm and handed me a typed letter demanding $50 a month in rent, with the first payment due within 30 days. The letter was signed and dated, and he'd even included a little invoice with payment terms. I laughed out loud, which clearly wasn't the reaction. I told him I wasn't paying him a single penny, and that if he had a problem with the driveway, he could take it up with a lawyer. Robert got this really nasty look on his face and said he'd already talked to a lawyer and that I was going to be hearing from them soon. Over the next few weeks, Robert became increasingly aggressive about the driveway situation. He started leaving notes on my car when I parked in my own driveway, reminding me that I was trespassing on his property. He put up a small sign on his side of the property line that said, "No parking, private property," with an arrow pointing toward my driveway. The breaking point came when I got home from work one day to find that Robert had spray painted a bright yellow line down the centre of my driveway, marking what he claimed was the property line. He'd literally defaced my driveway to prove his point. That's when I decided to fight back. I did some research and found out that my driveway was protected under something called prescriptive easement laws. Basically, since the driveway had been in continuous use for decades before the current property boundaries were established, I had the legal right to continue using the entire thing. Eyed that Robert's also discovered survey was wrong, I hired my own surveyor, and it turns out the property line actually runs along the edge of my driveway, not through the middle. Robert's surveyor had made an error in his measurements, but Robert had been so excited about the prospect of collecting rent from me that he'd never bothered to double check. Armed with the correct survey and legal documentation about easement rights, I confronted Robert with the facts. I showed him the new survey results and explained the law regarding prescriptive easements. I thought this would be the end of it, but Robert doubled down. He claimed that my surveyor was wrong and his was right. He said he didn't care about easement laws because they didn't apply in this situation. He even threatened to put a fence right down the middle of my driveway to block my access to half of it. That's when I decided to involve the authorities. I filed a complaint with the City Code Enforcement Office and provided them with all my documentation. They sent an inspector out who confirmed that my driveway was completely on my property and that Robert had no claim to any part of it. The inspector also cited Robert for the spray paint vandalism and told him that if he put up any kind of barrier across my driveway, he'd be charged with property destruction and harassment. Robert finally backed down, but he's never apologised or admitted he was wrong. He removed the yellow spray paint from my driveway, but only after the city threatened him with fines. Now he pretends like the whole thing never happened, but he won't make eye contact with me when we see each other outside. The whole experience taught me that some people will go to absolutely ridiculous lengths to try to make money off their neighbours, even when they have no legal standing whatsoever. Robert was so convinced he'd found a loophole that would get him $50 a month that he was willing to damage my property and harass me for weeks. That story is over. The fact that Robert actually spray painted a property line down someone else's driveway and then tried to collect rent shows a level of delusion that's honestly impressive. Some people really will convince themselves of anything if they think there's money involved. At least Tyler got the satisfaction of proving him wrong with official documentation. Speaking of family members who cross major boundaries, our next story comes from Brooke, who discovered that her own sister had some very creative ideas about sharing special moments. My sister used my wedding photos for her engagement announcement. This happened 2 months ago, and I'm still processing the level of betrayal and complete lack of boundaries my sister displayed. I got married last year in what was of my honestly the wedding dreams. My husband and I saved for 3 years to afford the venue, the photographer, the dress, everything. We had this beautiful outdoor ceremony at a vineyard with about 100 of our closest friends and family members. The photos turned out absolutely stunning. Our photographer captured these incredible shots of us during golden hour, with the vineyard and rolling hills in the background. There was one particular photo that everyone kept commenting on, where my husband and I are looking at each other and laughing with this gorgeous sunset behind us. It looks like something out of a magazine. My sister Rachel was my maid of honour, so she was in a lot of the wedding photos. She's 2 years younger than me, and we'd always been close growing up. She helped me plan the wedding, came to all my dress fittings, and gave this beautiful speech at the reception about how happy she was to see me find my person. About 6 months after my wedding, Rachel started dating this guy named Brandon. They'd been friends for a while, but it turned romantic pretty quickly. I was happy for her, because she'd been single for a couple of years and really wanted to find someone serious. Last month, Rachel called me all excited because Brandon had proposed. She was over the moon, talking about how he'd taken her to this romantic restaurant and gotten down on one knee in front of everyone. She was already making plans for the wedding and asking if I'd be her maid of honour. I was genuinely thrilled for her. Rachel deserved to be happy, and Brandon seemed like a great guy. I told her I couldn't wait to see the engagement photos and help her start planning her wedding. A few days later, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw what I thought was one of my own wedding photos in my newsfeed. But it wasn't posted by me or my husband. It was posted by Rachel with a caption that said, "We're engaged, so excited to start this new chapter of our lives together." I clicked on the photo to get a better look, and my heart just stopped. It was definitely one of my wedding photos, the gorgeous sunset shot that everyone had loved so much. But Rachel had cropped it so that only she was visible in the frame. She'd cut out me, my husband, and my dress, leaving just her in her maid of honor dress, looking off into the distance with this dreamy expression. At first, I thought maybe she'd posted the wrong photo by accident. Maybe she'd meant to post an actual engagement photo and had somehow selected one of my wedding pictures instead. I called her right away to let her know about the mistake. But when Rachel answered the phone, she didn't sound confused or apologetic. She sounded defensive. "Oh, you saw the," she said. "I was post, you'd notice," wondering when I asked her what was going on, why she was using my wedding photo to announce her engagement. That's when Rachel said something that made my jaw drop. "Well, everyone's going to assume it's me anyway." We looked so similar, and I looked really good in that dress. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Rachel had deliberately taken one of the most important photos from my wedding day and used it to announce her own engagement. She'd cropped me out of my own wedding photo and was passing it off as her engagement picture. I told her she needed to take the post down immediately and use an actual photo of her and Brandon instead. Rachel got irritated and said I was being overdramatic. "It's just a photo," she said, "and technically I'm in it too, so it's not like I stole it." The fact that she was in the photo as my maid of honor didn't give her the right to use it for her own announcement. These were my wedding photos from my special day with my photographer that I'd paid for. The whole point of the photo was to capture me and my husband on our wedding day, not to provide Rachel with free engagement photos. But Rachel wouldn't listen to reason. She said the photo was beautiful and she looked great in it, and that's all that mattered. She couldn't understand why I was upset about her sharing the photo. The post had already gotten dozens of likes and comments from friends and family, congratulating Rachel on her engagement. People were commenting about how beautiful she looked and how romantic the photo was. No one realised they were looking at a cropped version of someone else's wedding photo. I ended up commenting on the post myself, explaining that it was actually from my wedding and asking Rachel to please use a different photo. That created this whole awkward situation where people started asking questions about why Rachel was using my wedding photo for her engagement announcement. Rachel finally took the post down, but not before sending me this long, angry text about how I was trying to ruin her special moment and that I was being selfish for not letting her use just one photo when I had hundreds from my wedding. She eventually posted a different engagement photo, one that actually showed her and Brandon together. But the damage was already done. The whole family had seen the drama play out on Facebook, and now everyone knew that Rachel had tried to pass off my wedding photo as her engagement picture. The worst part is that Rachel still doesn't think she did anything wrong. She keeps the photo too, so she can't understand why I'm upset about her, had every right to use it. Saying that she was in borrowing one picture when I have so many from my wedding day. Our relationship has been strained ever since. I love my sister and I want to be happy for her engagement, but I can't get over the fact that she thought it was okay to take one of the most important photos from my wedding and use it for her own announcement. It feels like she was trying to steal a piece of my special day for herself. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to justify cropping yourself out of someone else's wedding photo and using it for your own engagement announcement is truly something to behold. Rachel really thought, technically I'm in it too, was a valid defense for stealing her sister's wedding memories. Some people have absolutely no concept of boundaries when it comes to social media. Our next story comes from Andrew, who learned the hard way that some co-workers will go to extreme lengths to advance their careers, even if it means stealing credit for charitable work. My co-worker took credit for my charity project and even accepted an award in front of me. This happened about 8 months ago, and I'm still angry every time I think about it. I work at a mid-sized marketing firm, and every year our company does this big charity drive where employees can propose projects to help the local community. The company picks the best ideas and provides funding and resources to make them happen. I'd been wanting to do something meaningful for a while, so I spent weeks researching and developing a proposal for a program that would provide basic computer literacy classes for senior citizens at the local community centre. The idea was to teach elderly residents how to use smartphones, navigate the internet, video call with family members, that sort of thing. I put together this comprehensive proposal that included curriculum outlines, budget breakdowns, volunteer schedules, partnership agreements with the community centre, everything. I even reached out to some of my friends who work in tech to see if they'd be willing to volunteer as instructors. The whole thing was my baby from start to finish. When I submitted the proposal to our company's charity committee, I was really proud of the work I'd done. A few weeks later, they announced that my project had been selected as one of 3 that would receive full funding and support. I was thrilled. That's when my co-worker Lindsay got involved. Lindsay works in a different department, but we'd collaborated on a few projects before, and I considered her a friend. When she heard about my charity project being approved, she offered to help with the planning and execution. At first, I was grateful for the assistance. Lindsay was organised and had good project management skills, so I figured having her help would make everything run more smoothly. She started attending the planning meetings with me and helped coordinate some of the logistics. But gradually, Lindsay started inserting herself more and more into the project. She began speaking for both of us in meetings, referring to it as our program instead of mine. When people asked questions about the curriculum or the partnership agreements, Lindsay would jump in with answers, even though she hadn't been involved in developing those aspects. I started to feel uncomfortable with how much credit Lindsay was taking, but I didn't want to cause drama at work. I figured that as long as the project was successful and helped people, it didn't matter who got recognised for it. The program launched in the spring and was immediately successful. We had a waiting list of seniors who wanted to take the classes, and the feedback from participants was overwhelmingly positive. Local news outlets picked up the story, and our company's public relations department started using the program in their marketing materials. Throughout all of this, Lindsay continued to position herself as an equal partner in the project's creation and success. When reporters interviewed us, she spoke about our vision and our goals for the program. When company executives praised the initiative, Lindsay would smile and nod as if she'd been there from the beginning. The breaking point came when Auronate, the computer literacy program for a regional company, decided to nom Business Community Service Award. This was a big deal. The award ceremony would be attended by hundreds of local business leaders and community members. When the nomination materials were being prepared, Lindsay volunteered to write the project summary and application essay. I thought this would be fine since she'd been involved in running the program, even though she hadn't created it. But when I saw the application she'd submitted, I was shocked. Lindsay had written the entire thing as if the program had been her idea from the start. She described how she had identified the need in the community, how she had developed the curriculum, how she had built partnerships with local organisations. My name was mentioned only as someone who had assisted with implementation. I confronted Lindsay about this immediately. I showed her the original proposal I'd submitted to the company charity committee, with timestamps and documentation proving that the entire concept had been mine. I asked her to correct the award application to accurately reflect my role in creating the program. Lindsay acted like I was being petty and territorial. She said that since we'd worked together to make the program successful, it didn't matter who had the original idea. She claimed that her contributions to running the program were just as important as my work developing it. I escalated the issue to our HR department and to the managers who oversaw the charity committee. I provided them with all the documentation showing that the computer literacy program had been my original concept and proposal. The HR representative agreed that the award application should be corrected to properly credit me as the program's creator, but by then, the damage was done. The awards ceremony was scheduled for the following week, and the printed programs and promotional materials had already been prepared with Lindsay listed as the primary contact and program developer. The night of the awards ceremony, our computer literacy program won in its category. When they announced the winner, Lindsay walked up to the stage to accept the award. She gave a speech about her passion for helping seniors connect with technology and thanked everyone who had supported her program. I sat in the audience watching my co-worker accept an award for a project that had been entirely my idea and my work. She held up the trophy and posed for photos while the audience applauded, and I felt like I was living in some kind of nightmare. After the ceremony, Lindsay came over to where I was sitting and tried to hand me the trophy. "We should share this," she said, as if that would somehow make up for what had just happened. I refused to take it. I told her that she'd stolen credit for my work and that I never wanted to collaborate with her on anything again. Lindsay got defensive and said I was being dramatic, that we'd both contributed to the program's success and should both be proud of the recognition. The whole situation created tension in our office for weeks. Some co-workers who knew the real story supported me, while others thought I was being unreasonable for not sharing credit with someone who had helped implement the program. Lindsay kept the award and displayed it on her desk like it was legitimately hers. She never apologized or acknowledged that she'd misrepresented her role in creating the program. To this day, she talks about her computer literacy initiative whenever the topic comes up. The program is still running and helping people, which I'm glad about. But every time I see updates about it or hear Lindsay talking about her community service work, I feel frustrated all over again. She built her reputation and professional credibility on my idea and my work, and there's nothing I can do to change that now. That story is over. The fact that Lindsay literally walked up on stage to accept an award for someone else's work and then tried to share the trophy afterward is beyond shameless. Some people really will steal credit for anything if it advances their career, even charitable work that's supposed to help others. Our next story comes from Olivia, who learned that some friends will fake medical emergencies to get out of work, then brag about their deception to anyone who'll listen. My friend faked a panic attack to leave work early, then bragged about it in our group chat. This happened about 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to figure out how to handle the situation. My friend Melissa works at the same company, I a different department. We've been friends since college and have always been pretty close. Melissa has this habit of complaining constantly about work. She's always talking about how boring her job is, how her manager doesn't appreciate her, how she wishes she could just stay home instead of coming to the office. I try to be supportive when she vents, but sometimes it gets a little exhausting listening to the same complaints over and over. Last month, Melissa mentioned that she was thinking about calling in sick even though she felt fine, just to get a mental health day. I told her that probably wasn't the best idea since she'd already used most of her sick days earlier in the year. She laughed and said she'd figure something out. A few days later, I was at my desk around 2 p.m. when I heard commotion coming from Melissa's department. I looked over and saw her supervisor and a couple of co-workers gathered around Melissa's cubicle. Melissa was sitting in her chair, breathing heavily and fanning herself with a piece of paper. From where I was sitting, I could hear her telling people that she was having trouble breathing and felt like her heart was racing. Her supervisor asked if she needed to go to the hospital, but Melissa said she just needed to go home and rest. She said she'd been having panic attacks lately and needed to see her doctor. Everyone was really concerned about Melissa. Her supervisor immediately told her to take the rest of the day off and not to worry about work. A couple of her co-workers offered to drive her home, but Melissa said she was feeling well enough to drive herself. I felt bad for her. I knew Melissa had been stressed about work lately, so it seemed reasonable that she might be having anxiety issues. I sent her a text asking if she was okay and if she needed anything. About an hour later, Melissa responded saying she was feeling better and thanked me for checking on her. She said she was going to take it easy for the rest of the day and probably wouldn't be in tomorrow either. That evening, our college friend group has this group chat where we all stay in touch and share what's going on in our lives. Around 8 p.m, Melissa sent a message that made my jaw drop. "Just got out of work early by faking a panic attack," she wrote, followed by several laughing emojis. I literally just started breathing heavy and said my heart was racing. My boss sent me home immediately and told me not to worry about coming in tomorrow if I'm not feeling better. I stared at my phone in disbelief. Melissa had completely fabricated a medical emergency to get out of work early, and now she was bragging about it to our friends like it was some kind of clever trick. The other people in the group chat started responding with their own laughing emojis and comments about how genius Melissa was for figuring out how to get a free day off. Someone said they wished they'd thought of that idea. Another person asked for details about how to make it look convincing. I felt sick reading these messages. I'd been genuinely worried about Melissa when I saw her having what I thought was a panic attack. Her co-workers and supervisor had been concerned about her health and well-being. Everyone had gone out of their way to make sure she was okay and got home safely. But it had all been an act. Melissa had deliberately manipulated people's sympathy and concern to avoid doing her job. And worse, she was proud of herself for the deception. I didn't respond to the group chat that night because I didn't know what to say. I was angry at Melissa for lying, but I was also disappointed in our other friends for encouraging her behaviour. The next day, Melissa didn't come to work as expected. She texted her supervisor saying she was still feeling anxious and thought it would be best to take another day to recover. Meanwhile, she was posting Instagram stories of herself shopping and getting her nails done. When Melissa came back to work the following day, her supervisor and co-workers were extra nice to her. They asked how she was feeling and if there was anything they could do to help reduce her stress levels. Her manager even suggested that Melissa might want to talk to HR about accommodations for anxiety disorders. I watched all of this happening and felt terrible. These people genuinely cared about Melissa and wanted to support her through what they thought was a real medical issue. They had no idea she was taking advantage of their kindness. Over the next week, Melissa continued to milk the situation. She mentioned to people that she was still dealing with some anxiety and might need to leave early or take breaks if she felt another panic attack coming on. Her supervisor was completely understanding and told her to prioritize her health above work responsibilities. Meanwhile, in our group chat, Melissa kept joking about her Oscar-worthy performance and how easy it was to manipulate her boss into giving her special treatment. She started encouraging other friends to try similar tactics at their jobs. I finally couldn't take it anymore and called Melissa to talk privately. I told her that what she'd done was wrong and that she was taking advantage of people who genuinely cared about her well-being. I explained that faking medical emergencies could have serious consequences both for her job and for people who actually suffer from panic attacks and anxiety disorders. Melissa got defensive and said I was being too serious about the whole thing. She claimed that everyone lies to get out of work sometimes, that her metho and was just more creative than calling in with a fake cold. She said her supervisor was naive for believing her story and that she was just taking advantage of an opportunity. I tried to explain that this wasn't just about lying to get out of work. She'd created a situation where her co-workers and manager would now be walking on eggshells around her, worried about triggering another panic attack. She'd also potentially made it harder for people with real anxiety disorders to be taken seriously in the workplace. But Melissa didn't want to hear any of it. She said I was being judgmental and that she hadn't hurt anyone. According to her, the company was paying her whether she was there or not, so it didn't matter if she took a couple of extra days off. The conversation ended badly, with Melissa telling me that I needed to lighten up and stop being such a rule follower. She said she was proud of herself for finding a way to beat the system and that she'd probably use the same strategy again if she needed another day off. Since then, I've been struggling with whether I should report what Melissa did to our HR department or her supervisor. On one hand, she's committing fraud by claiming medical accommodations for a condition she doesn't have. On the other hand, she's my friend and I don't want to get her fired. But every time I see her supervisor being extra considerate of Melissa's supposed anxiety issues, or watch her co-workers tiptoeing around her to avoid causing stress, I feel angry all over again. She's created this elaborate lie that's affecting multiple people's behaviour, and she doesn't seem to feel any guilt about it whatsoever. That story is over. Faking a panic attack for a day off work is already terrible, but bragging about it in a group chat while your co-workers are genuinely worried about your well-being takes it to another level. Melissa basically turned her workplace into her personal theatre production, and her friends into an applauding audience for her deception. Speaking of family members who make questionable decisions about special occasions, our next story comes from Nicole, who discovered that her father had some very unconventional ideas about graduation guest lists. My dad hissed invite ex-girlfriend to my graduation ceremony, he say, because she deserved to see how well I turned out. This happened 2 months ago at my college graduation, and I'm still processing the complete lack of boundaries my father displayed on what was supposed to be one of the most important days of my life. I come from a pretty traditional family, and my parents got divorced when I was 15. It was messy, but they eventually worked things out enough to be civil at family events. My dad started dating Linda about 2 years after the divorce, and they'd been together for about 3 years by the time I graduated college. Linda is fine, I guess. She's never been mean to me, but we've never had a close relationship either. She's always tried a little too hard to be the cool stepmother figure, even though my parents were never remarried. She'd make comments about how she understood me better than my mum did, or how she wished she could have been there during my high school years to give me advice. The thing is, Linda has always been weirdly competitive with my mum. She'd make subtle comments about how my mum dressed, or how she decorated her house, or how she handled parenting decisions. It was never outright hostile, but there was definitely this underlying tension whenever they were in the same room. As my graduation approached, I was really excited to have both my parents there to see me get my degree. I'd worked really hard in college, maintained a high GPA while working part-time, and was graduating with honours. This was a big moment for me, and I wanted to share it with the people who mattered most. About a week before the ceremony, my dad called me to confirm the details about timing and seating. We talked about where to meet afterward for lunch, and he mentioned that he was really proud of me and couldn't wait to see me walk across that stage. Then, right before we hung up, he said something that made my stomach drop. "Oh, and Nicole, I hope you don't mind, but I invited Linda to come with me. She's been such a big part of your life these past few years, and she deserves to see how well you turned out." Oh, I was quiet for a moment, trying to process what he'd just said. Linda deserved to see how well I turned out. Like she had some kind of investment in my success. Like she'd been there supporting me through college. I told my dad that I was uncomfortable with Linda being there. This was supposed to be a family event, and while I didn't hate Linda, she wasn't really family. Plus, I knew my mum would be upset if she had to sit through my graduation ceremony with my dad's girlfriend right there. My dad got defensive immediately. He said Linda cared about me and had been asking about my college progress for years. He claimed she'd been supportive during times when my mum had been critical and that she deserved to be included in this milestone moment. I tried to explain that this wasn't about Linda being a bad person. It was about boundaries and recognizing that some events are meant for immediate family. I'd worked hard to maintain a good relationship with both my parents after the divorce, and I didn't want my graduation day to be complicated by awkward dynamics between my mum and Linda. But my dad wasn't hearing it. He said I was being unfair to Linda, who had never done anything to hurt me. He claimed that excluding her would be cruel, especially since she'd been so excited about my graduation. The conversation ended with my dad saying he'd already invited Linda and wasn't going to uninvite her now. He said I needed to be more mature about the situation and that Linda was going to be part of his life for the foreseeable future, so I might as well get used to including her in family events. I called my mum after hanging up with my dad, and she was exactly as upset as I'd expected. She said she couldn't believe my dad would invite his girlfriend to my graduation without even asking me first. She felt like he was trying to make Linda seem more important in my life than she actually was. My mum considered not coming to the graduation at all to avoid the drama, but I begged her not to let my dad's decision ruin this moment for both of us. We decided she would come, but would sit separately from my dad and Linda. The day of graduation was incredibly awkward. My dad and Linda arrived together, and Linda was dressed up like she was going to a wedding. She kept talking about how proud she was of me, and how she'd been looking forward to this day for months. Meanwhile, my mum sat on the other side of the auditorium, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. I could see her checking her phone constantly and looking around nervously whenever Linda's voice carried across the room. During the ceremony itself, I tried to focus on the moment and not think about the family drama happening in the audience. When they called my name and I walked across the stage, I looked out into the crowd and saw my parents and Linda all taking pictures from their separate locations. After the ceremony, we had this incredibly uncomfortable meet-up where Linda kept inserting herself into conversations and photo opportunities. She wanted pictures with me in my cap and gown and kept talking about how she remembered when I was struggling with my major sophomore year, even though she'd barely been involved in that situation. The lunch afterward was a disaster. My mum, my dad, Linda and I sat at this table trying to make conversation, pretended like while everyone this was a normal family gathering. Linda kept making comments about how she'd always known I would succeed, and how she'd given my dad advice about supporting me through college. My mum finally couldn't take it anymore and excused herself early, saying she had other commitments. I could tell she was hurt and frustrated, but she didn't want to cause a scene on my graduation day. After my mum left, Linda became even more animated, talking about how wonderful it was that we could all be there together as a family. She started making comments about future milestones she hoped to be included in, like if I got married or had kids someday. I realised that this wasn't just about my graduation. My dad had used my achievement as an opportunity to legitimise Linda's role in our family. He wanted to establish a precedent that she would be included in all major family events going forward. The whole experience left me feeling like my graduation had been hijacked. Instead of being a celebration of my academic achievement, it became this weird power play between my parents and Linda. The day that was supposed to be about me became about my dad's relationship and his desire to make Linda feel included. Looking back, I think my dad genuinely believed he was doing the right thing. In his mind, Linda cared about me and deserved to be part of important moments. But he completely failed to consider how his decision would affect me and my mum, or how it would change the dynamic of what should have been a simple family celebration. That story is over. The fact that her father framed Linda's attendance as something she deserved shows he completely missed the point about family boundaries. Some moments belong to immediate family, and using your daughter's graduation as a relationship validation exercise is just selfish. At least Nicole handled it with more grace than most people would have. Moving on to our next story, which comes from Marcus, who discovered that some roommates have very specific ideas about shared living expenses. My roommate tried to charge me for toilet paper. This happened last month, and I'm still trying to figure out if this is normal roommate behaviour, or if I'm living with someone who's completely lost touch with reality. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment with my roommate Stephanie. We found each other through a roommate matching app about 6 months ago, and everything seemed normal during our initial conversations. She had good references, a steady job, and seemed responsible about bills and cleaning. For the first few months, we had a pretty standard roommate arrangement. We split the rent and utilities 50-50, took turns buying household essentials like dish soap and paper towels, and generally kept our own food separate. Stephanie was clean, quiet, and minded her own business, which was exactly what I was looking for in a roommate. But about 2 months ago, Stephanie started getting really particular about shared expenses. She began keeping detailed records of who bought what and when, and she started suggesting that we split every single household purchase down to the penny. At first, this seemed reasonable. She'd send me Venmo requests for half the cost of things like laundry detergent or cleaning supplies, usually for amounts like $3 or $4. I didn't mind paying my fair share, so I'd send her the money without thinking much about it. But then the requests started getting more frequent and more specific. Stephanie would send me charges for half a roll of aluminum foil, or for my portion of a bottle of hand soap that she'd calculated based on how many times I'd used the bathroom. The breaking point came 3 weeks ago when I got a Venmo request from Stephanie for $1.13. The memo said, "Toilet paper usage, your share for this week." I stared at my phone for a solid minute, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke. Stephanie had calculated how much toilet paper I'd used in a week and was charging me for it. $1.13 for my bathroom habits. I went to find Stephanie in the living room to ask her about the charge. She was sitting on the couch with a notebook, apparently tracking our household expenses in real time. "Hey, I got your Venmo request," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Are you really charging me for toilet paper by the week?" Stephanie looked up from her notebook, like this was the most normal conversation in the world. "Well, yeah," she said. "I've been tracking usage patterns, and you definitely use more than I do. It's only fair that you pay for what you use." I asked her how exactly she was tracking my toilet paper usage, and that's when things got really weird. Stephanie explained that she'd been monitoring how much toilet paper was left on the roll each morning and evening, and she'd calculated my usage based on the decrease during times when she wasn't home. She'd apparently been doing this for 2 weeks, keeping detailed logs of toilet paper consumption patterns. She showed me her notebook, which had charts and graphs breaking down our individual usage by day and time. I told Stephanie that this level of monitoring was creepy and unreasonable. Toilet paper is a basic household necessity, like electricity or water, and it should just be part of our shared living expenses. But Stephanie disagreed. She said that since we each used the bathroom differently, we should pay proportionally for supplies. She'd already calculated that I owed her approximately $4.52 for the past month of toilet paper usage. I refused to pay the Venmo request, which seemed to really upset Stephanie. She said I was being unfair and taking advantage of her generosity in buying household supplies. Over the next few days, Stephanie escalated her toilet paper monitoring system. She started leaving passive-aggressive notes on the bathroom door, reminding me that toilet paper wasn't free and that she was keeping track of usage patterns. She also began rationing the toilet paper, replacing our normal rolls with these tiny single-ply ones that she said were more cost-effective. When I bought regular toilet paper to replace them, Stephanie got angry and said I was disrupting her tracking system. The situation reached peak absurdity when I came home from work one day to find that Stephanie had installed a dispenser in our bathroom that only released a few sheets of toilet paper at a time. She'd apparently ordered it online specifically to control our usage. I confronted Stephanie about the dispenser, and she explained that it would help us both be more mindful of our consumption. She said she'd calculated that the average person uses too much toilet paper, and this would help us reduce waste while making it easier to track individual usage. That's when I realised that Stephanie had completely lost perspective on normal roommate boundaries. She was treating our shared living space like a business where every resource had to be accounted for and charged appropriately. I told Stephanie that I wasn't going to live in an apartment where my bathroom habits were monitored and charged by the sheet. I said that if she wanted to track toilet paper usage, she could do it in her own place after I moved out. Stephanie seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She said she was just trying to be fair and that most people would appreciate having such a clear system for shared expenses. I ended up buying my own toilet paper and keeping it in my bedroom, which Stephanie said was selfish and wasteful. She continued to send me small Venmo requests for other household items, including charges for my share of the electricity used by the bathroom fan. The final straw came when Stephanie presented me with a bill for my portion of the wear and tear on the toilet seat. She'd calculated the cost based on the original price of the seat divided by its estimated lifespan, then multiplied by the percentage of time I used the bathroom. I'm moving out at the end of the month. Living with someone who monitors your toilet paper usage and sends you itemized bills for bathroom supplies is just not sustainable. I've learned that there's a big difference between being responsible about shared expenses and being completely obsessive about every penny. That story is over. Charging someone $1.13 for weekly toilet paper usage and installing a dispenser to monitor consumption is the kind of behaviour that makes you question someone's grip on reality. Some people really will nickel and dime their way out of having any friends or room with them. Our mate's willing to live next story comes from Lily, who learned that family members can be surprisingly spiteful when it comes to something as personal as baby names. My aunt took my baby name after making fun of it for months. This happened about a year ago, and every family gathering since then has felt like some kind of cosmic joke at my expense. My husband and I had been trying to have a baby for about 2 years before I finally got pregnant. We were over the moon, and I couldn't wait to share the news with our families. We decided to wait until the second trimester to make any big announcements, but we started talking about names pretty early in the pregnancy. I'd always loved the name Aurelia. It was my great-grandmother's name, and I thought it was beautiful and unique without being too unusual. My husband liked it too, and we both felt like it would be perfect for our daughter if we had a girl. At our family's Easter gathering, when I was about 4 months pregnant, people started asking about names we were considering. I was excited to share our choice, so I told everyone that we were thinking about naming our daughter Aurelia. The reaction was not what I had expected. My Aunt Patricia, who was there with her husband and teenage son, immediately started laughing. "Aurelia," she said, like I'd just told her the funniest joke she'd ever heard. "That sounds like a disease, or maybe some kind of fancy pasta." Other family members chimed in with their own comments about the name. Someone said it sounded pretentious. Another person said it was too old-fashioned and that kids would make fun of a child with such an unusual name. My Aunt Patricia was the most vocal about her dislike of the name. She kept making jokes about it throughout the entire gathering. "Oh, Aurelia, can you pass the salt?" she'd say in this exaggerated fancy voice. "Aurelia, would you care for some more wine?" I tried to laugh along at first, thinking she was just teasing and would get tired of the joke. But Patricia kept going. She started calling imaginary things by the name Aurelia, like Aurelia the fancy cheese or Aurelia the expensive car. By the end of the day, I was feeling really hurt and defensive about our name choice. My husband was angry too, and we ended up leaving the gathering earlier than planned. On the drive home, I started second-guessing whether Aurelia was really the right name for our daughter. Over the next few months, every time I saw Patricia at family events, she'd bring up the name. "Have you reconsidered Aurelia yet?" she'd ask. "Maybe something more normal, like Jennifer or Susan?" "Tia." She'd also make comments to other family members about our unusual name choice, always with this tone that suggested we were being ridiculous or trying too hard to be unique. I started to dread family gatherings because I knew Patricia would find some way to make fun of our baby name. It got to the point where I stopped mentioning anything baby-related around her because I didn't want to give her more ammunition for her jokes. When our daughter was born in November, we named her Aurelia despite all the family commentary. She was perfect and the name suited her beautifully. Most of our family members were supportive once they met her, and even some of the people who'd initially been skeptical about the name said it was lovely. But Patricia continued to make comments. Our daughter's baptism, she made jokes about the priest having pronouncing such a fancy name. At Trouble Christmas, she bought Aurelia a gift with Aurelia written in big letters on the tag, then made a comment about how she hoped the baby would learn to spell such a complicated name someday. In March, when Aurelia was about 4 months old, I got a call from my cousin telling me that Patricia and her husband were expecting another baby. Patricia was in her early 40s and already had a teenage son, so this was a bit of a surprise pregnancy. I was happy for them and sent a congratulations card. I figured that having a new baby on the way might make Patricia less focused on criticizing other people's parenting choices. About 2 months later, Patricia posted on social media that they'd learned they were having a girl. Family members started commenting with name suggestions, and I left a supportive comment saying I was excited to meet my new little cousin. Patricia's baby was born in August, and when she announced the birth, I couldn't believe what I was reading. She'd named her daughter Aurelia, the same name she'd been mocking for over a year, the name she'd called pretentious and disease-like, the name she'd made fun of at every family gathering since I'd first mentioned it. I stared at the birth announcement on my phone, reading it over and over again. Patricia had named her daughter the exact same name as my daughter, after spending months telling everyone how ridiculous that name was. I called my mum immediately to see if she'd seen the announcement. My mum was just as shocked as I was. She said she couldn't believe Patricia would choose a name she'd been criticising so openly. Over the next few days, family members started reaching out to me about the situation. Everyone seemed to recognise how weird it was that Patricia had chosen the same name she'd been mocking. When I finally talked to Patricia directly, she acted like nothing unusual had happened. She said she'd always secretly liked the name Aurelia, and that my choice had helped her realise how beautiful it really was. She claimed that her previous comments had been just teasing, and that she'd never really meant any of the critical things she'd said. According to her, she was actually grateful that I'd introduced the name to the family, because it had helped her find the perfect name for her own daughter. The whole thing felt like such a violation. Patricia had spent months making me feel bad about my name choice, then turned around and used it for her own child. It was like she'd been testing the name out through me, seeing how it sounded and how people reacted to it. Now we have 2 Aurelias in the family, and every gathering is awkward. People constantly mix up the girls' names, or they make comments about the coincidence of having cousins with identical names. Patricia acts like the whole situation is perfectly normal, and even sweet that the girls share a name. She talks about how they'll be like sisters, and how special it is that they have this connection. But I can't get over the fact that she spent so long making fun of something that was important to me, only to turn around and claim it for herself. Every time someone calls her daughter Aurelia, I remember all the jokes she made about the name being pretentious or ridiculous. That story is over. The level of psychological manipulation required to mock someone's baby name for months and then steal it for your own child is truly something to behold. Patricia essentially used her niece as a test run to see how the family would react to the name, then swooped in to claim it once the novelty wore off. Some people really have no shame when it comes to taking credit for things they initially criticised. Our next story comes from Ben, who discovered that grand romantic gestures from movies don't always translate well to real life, especially when your boss values professionalism over drama. My ex showed up at my job with a boombox. This happened about 6 months ago, and I'm still cringing every time I think about it. I work as a marketing coordinator for a pretty conservative financial services company downtown. It's the kind of place where everyone wears business attire, speaks in hushed tones, and takes their professional image very seriously. My ex-boyfriend Trevor and I had been together for about 2 years before we broke up last fall. The relationship had run its course, and we both knew it. We'd grown apart, wanted different things, the usual stuff that happens when you're in your 20s and still figuring out what you want from life. The breakup was actually pretty amicable at first. We had a mature conversation about how we weren't working as a couple anymore, divided up our shared belongings, and agreed to stay friends. Trevor seemed to handle it well initially, and I thought we were both ready to move on. But about a month after we broke up, Trevor started reaching out more frequently. He'd text me late at night, asking how I was doing, or call with some excuse about needing to pick up something he'd forgotten at my apartment. I tried to be polite but firm about maintaining boundaries, but Trevor kept pushing for more contact. He started showing up at places where he knew I'd be. My favourite coffee shop, the gym I went to, even my grocery store. Every time I saw him, he'd act like it was a coincidence, and tried to start long conversations about how much he missed me and thought we'd made a mistake breaking up. I finally had to have a direct conversation with Trevor about giving me space. I explained that I needed time to adjust to being single again, and that his constant presence was making it harder for me to move on. Trevor said he understood and promised to back off. For about 2 weeks, things were quiet. I didn't hear from Trevor and didn't run into him anywhere. I started to relax and think that maybe he'd finally accepted that our relationship was over. Then came the day that will forever be burned into my memory as the most embarrassing moment of my professional life. I was sitting at my desk around 10 in the morning, working on a client presentation that was due that afternoon. The office was busy but quiet, with everyone focused on their work. My desk is positioned near the large windows that face the street, so I have a pretty good view of the sidewalk and parking area outside. I was deep in concentration when I heard this faint sound of music coming from somewhere outside. At first, I thought it might be a car driving by with the radio turned up loud, but the music didn't fade away like it would if a car was passing. Instead, it seemed to be getting louder. I looked up from my computer and glanced out the window. Standing on the sidewalk directly in front of our office building was Trevor, holding a large boombox over his head, like he was John Cusack in some 80s movie. The boombox was playing In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel, the same song from the famous scene in Say Anything. Trevor was looking up at our office windows with this intense romantic expression on his face, clearly hoping to catch my attention. I felt my face turn bright red immediately. Several of my co-workers had noticed the music and were looking out the windows to see what was going on. My supervisor, Mrs. Patterson, walked over to my desk with a confused expression. "Do you know why there's a man with a stereo standing outside our building?" she asked. I wanted to sink through the floor and disappear forever. I mumbled something about it being my ex-boyfriend and that I had no idea why he was there. Mrs. Patterson raised her eyebrows and looked back out the window, where Trevor was still holding the boombox and looking increasingly desperate. By now, half the office had gathered near the windows to watch this spectacle unfold. People were whispering and pointing, and I could hear someone asking if this was really happening or if they were watching a movie. The song played for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only about 3 minutes. Trevor stood there the entire time, his arms clearly getting tired from holding the heavy boombox, but maintaining his romantic pose. When the song finally ended, Trevor lowered the boombox and started gesturing toward the windows, apparently trying to get me to come outside. Several of my co-workers turned to look at me, waiting to see what I would do. I grabbed my purse and told Mrs. Patterson that I needed to handle this situation immediately. I took the elevator downstairs and walked outside, where Trevor was waiting with the biggest smile I'd ever seen. "Did you see that?" he said excitedly. "Just like in the movie. I knew you'd remember how much you loved that scene." I pulled Trevor away from the front of the building and around the corner where we could talk without the entire office watching us through the windows. "Trevor, what are you doing?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm even though I was mortified. "You can't just show up at my workplace with a boombox. This is completely inappropriate." Trevor looked confused by my reaction. He'd clearly expected me to be swept off my feet by this grand romantic gesture. "But it's romantic," he said, "like in the movie. I thought you'd love it." I explained to Trevor that this wasn't a movie and that showing up at someone's workplace with a boombox was not romantic. It was embarrassing and unprofessional, and it was putting my job at risk. Trevor started to argue that he was just trying to show me how much he cared, but I cut him off. I told him that this kind of behaviour was exactly why our relationship hadn't worked out. He was more interested in grand gestures and movie moments than in actually listening to what I needed. I made it clear that he needed to leave immediately and that he couldn't contact me again. I said that if he showed up at my workplace or anywhere else I frequented, I would consider it harassment and involve the police. Trevor finally seemed to understand how serious I was. He apologised and said he hadn't meant to embarrass me at work. He packed up his boombox and left, but not before half the people on the street had stopped to stare at the commotion. When I got back upstairs, the entire office was buzzing about what had just happened. Mrs. Patterson pulled me aside and asked if I needed to file a report with HR about harassment. She was concerned that this kind of disruption could become a pattern. I assured her that I'd handled the situation and that Trevor wouldn't be bothering me at work again. But for the rest of the day, I could feel people staring at me and whispering about the boombox incident. The story spread throughout the entire company within hours. People I'd never even spoken to were coming up to me and asking about my romantic admirer. Some thought it was sweet, but most seemed to think it was weird and inappropriate. For weeks afterward, co-workers would make jokes about bringing boomboxes to the office or playing romantic music when they walked by my desk. It became this running gag that I couldn't escape. The incident also affected how my supervisors viewed my professionalism. Even though I hadn't done anything wrong, having a personal drama play out so publicly at the office made me seem less serious and mature in their eyes. Trevor did keep his promise to leave me alone after that day. I never heard from him again, which was a relief. But the damage to my professional reputation took months to repair. Looking back, I think Trevor genuinely believed he was being romantic and that I'd be touched by his gesture. But he completely failed to consider the context and how his actions would affect me. What might seem romantic in a movie can be humiliating and inappropriate in real life, especially in a professional setting. That story is over. Nothing says I respect your boundaries quite like bringing a boombox to someone's workplace after they've asked for space. Trevor really thought he was living in a romantic comedy instead of creating a professional nightmare for someone trying to maintain their career reputation. Our next story comes from Chloe, who learned that some friends have very different ideas about what constitutes appropriate party planning when sensitive social dynamics are involved. My friend invited my bully to her birthday party. This happened about 4 months ago, and I'm still trying to figure out if I was being overly sensitive or if my friend really did cross a major line when it came to understanding basic social boundaries. I've been friends with Madison since we started college 3 years ago. She's always been the type of person who tries to get along with everyone and hates conflict of any kind. She's genuinely sweet, but sometimes her desire to keep everyone happy means she doesn't think through the consequences of her decisions. The situation involves my former high school classmate Brittany, who made my life absolutely miserable for 2 years. This wasn't just typical teenage drama or occasional mean comments. Brittany systematically bullied me throughout junior and senior year in ways that affected my self-esteem and mental health for years afterward. She'd spread rumours about me, exclude me from social events, make cruel comments about my appearance and family situation, and encourage other people to treat me badly. The bullying got so bad that I had to eat lunch in the library every day because the cafeteria became too stressful. Brittany seemed to take pleasure in making me feel worthless and isolated. She'd smile while saying horrible things to me, like she enjoyed watching me get upset. She turned people I thought were friends against me and made my final years of high school genuinely traumatic. When I got to college, I was relieved to finally be away from Brittany and the toxic environment she'd created around me. I worked hard to rebuild my confidence and make new friends who actually valued me as a person. Madison was one of those friends, and I'd told her about my high school experiences because it explained why I sometimes struggled with social anxiety. Madison had always been supportive when I talked about how the bullying had affected me. She'd listened when I explained why I had trust issues or why certain types of comments triggered bad memories. She seemed to understand that what had happened to me in high school was serious and had lasting effects. Fast forward to this past spring, when Madison was planning her 21st birthday party. She decided to have a big celebration at her apartment with dinner, drinks, and dancing. She was really excited about it and had been talking about the party for weeks. Madison goes to a different university than I do, but we stay in close touch and visit each other regularly. She'd invited me to stay with her for the weekend of her party, and I was looking forward to celebrating with her and meeting more of her college friends. About 2 weeks before the party, Madison mentioned that she'd been reconnecting with some people from her hometown on social media. She said it was fun to catch up with old high school classmates and see what everyone was doing with their lives. I didn't think much of this conversation until Madison casually mentioned that she'd invited a few of her hometown friends to the birthday party. She started listing names of people I didn't recognize, and then she said something that made my blood run cold. "Oh, and I invited Brittany Chen too," Madison said, like she was mentioning the weather. "Remember her? You guys went to the same high school. I thought it would be fun for you to reconnect with someone from home," arded Madison. I stood in complete shock. Brittany was the person who had made my high school years miserable, and Madison knew this. I'd told her specific stories about the bullying, about how Brittany had damaged my self-esteem and social relationships. I reminded Madison about everything I'd told her about Brittany, thinking maybe she'd forgotten or confused her with someone else. But Madison remembered perfectly well who Brittany was and what she'd done to me. "I know you guys had some issues in high school," Madison said, "but that was years ago. I'm sure you're both more mature now, and maybe this could be a chance to put the past behind you." I explained to Madison that this wasn't about maturity or holding grudges. Brittany had systematically tormented me for 2 years, and being around her brought back genuinely traumatic memories. I asked Madison to uninvite Brittany because her presence would make it impossible for me to enjoy the party. Madison got uncomfortable and said she didn't want to uninvite someone she'd already asked to come. She said it would be rude and awkward, and that she was sure Brittany had changed since high school. I tried to explain that this wasn't just about whether Brittany had changed. Even if she was a completely different person now, which I doubted, being around her would still be triggering for me. The bullying had left lasting emotional scars that didn't just disappear because time had passed. But Madison seemed more concerned about avoiding social awkwardness than about my emotional well-being. She kept saying things like, "It's just one night," and "You don't have to talk to her if you don't want to." She also suggested that maybe this would be good for me, that facing Brittany might help me get closure or realise that she couldn't hurt me anymore. Madison seemed to think she was doing me some kind of favour by forcing this confrontation. I told Madison that if Brittany was coming to the party, I wouldn't be able to attend. I explained that I couldn't handle being in the same room as someone who had caused me so much pain, especially at what was supposed to be a fun celebration. Madison got frustrated and accused me of being dramatic and holding on to old grudges. She said I was putting her in an impossible position by making her choose between friends. She claimed that real friends would be able to set aside their differences for one night to celebrate her birthday. The conversation ended badly, with Madison saying she wasn't going to change her guest list because one person couldn't handle being around someone from high school. She said I needed to get over it, and that she was disappointed in my reaction. I didn't go to Madison's birthday party. Instead, I spent that weekend at home, feeling hurt and confused about how someone I considered a close friend could be so dismissive of my trauma. Later, I found out through mutual friends that Brittany did attend the party and that she spent part of the evening asking people where I was and making comments about how I was probably too afraid to face her. Even after all these years, she was still finding ways to make me feel small and powerless. Madison and I haven't really been the same since then. She eventually apologised for the way she handled the situation, but she still maintains that I overreacted and that she shouldn't have had to uninvite someone for me. She doesn't seem to understand that true friendship sometimes means making difficult choices to protect the people you care about. By prioritising her desire to avoid awkwardness over my emotional safety, Madison showed me that our friendship wasn't as important to her as I'd thought. The whole experience taught me that some people will never truly understand the lasting impact of bullying, even when you've explained it to them multiple times. Madison saw my high school trauma as ancient history that I should be able to set aside for social convenience, but that's not how emotional wounds work. That story is over. The fact that Madison thought forcing a reunion with someone's high school bully would somehow be therapeutic of understanding about trauma shows a complete lack in boundaries. Some bridges are meant to stay burned, and real friends protect each other from people who've caused genuine harm. Our next story comes from Hannah, who discovered that some neighbours have very specific ideas about what constitutes a noise disturbance, even when the noise in question is barely audible. My neighbour complained about my wind chimes. This happened about 2 months ago, and I'm still baffled by the complete overreaction to what might be the most peaceful sound imaginable. I live in a quiet residential neighbourhood where most of the houses have small front yards and decent-sized backyards. The houses are close together, but not uncomfortably so, and generally everyone minds their own business. I've lived here for about 3 years without any problems with neighbours. Last spring I decided to do some decorating for my back patio area. I'd been wanting to make the space more relaxing and peaceful, so I bought some outdoor furniture, planted some flowers, and hung a set of small wind chimes from the eave of my house. The wind chimes I chose were specifically designed to be subtle and melodic. They weren't the big metal ones that clang loudly in the wind. These were small bamboo chimes that made gentle, soft, tinkling sounds when the breeze moved them. I tested them in the store and thought they created exactly the kind of peaceful ambience I was looking for. I hung the chimes on the backside of my house, facing my own yard and patio. They were positioned so that the sound would be most audible in my own outdoor space, not directed toward any of my neighbours' properties. For the first few weeks, I really enjoyed the wind chimes. They added this lovely zen-like quality to my back patio, and the soft sounds were incredibly relaxing when I was reading outside or having my morning coffee. The chimes were so subtle that there were many days when there wasn't enough wind to move them at all, and even on breezy days, the sound was barely noticeable unless you were sitting directly underneath them. About a month after I'd hung the chimes, I got a knock on my front door. Standing on my porch was my neighbour from 2 houses down, a man named Gerald, who I'd maybe spoken to twice in the 3 years I'd lived there. Gerald is probably in his 60s, retired, and from what I could tell, spends most of his time maintaining his lawn and watching his neighbours' activities from his front window. He's not unfriendly, but he's definitely the type who has strong opinions about how the neighbourhood should be maintained. "I need to talk to you about those wind chimes," Gerald said, without any greeting or pleasantries. "They're creating a noise disturbance, and I need you to remove them." I was completely taken aback. The wind chimes were so quiet that I sometimes forgot they were even there. I couldn't imagine how they could be disturbing anyone, especially someone who lived 2 houses away. I asked Gerald to clarify what he meant by noise disturbance. He explained that he could hear the chimes from his backyard when the wind was blowing in the right direction, and that the constant tinkling sound was preventing him from enjoying his outdoor space. I tried to be reasonable and asked Gerald to show me where on his property he could hear the chimes. We walked around to his backyard, and I asked him to point out the noise while we stood there. We waited for several minutes in complete silence. There was barely any breeze that day, and the chimes were not at all. Gerald, making any sound, seemed frustrated that he couldn't demonstrate the problem, but insisted that on windy days the noise was definitely audible from his yard. I suggested that maybe we could find a compromise. Perhaps I could move the chimes to a different location, or replace them with an even quieter set. I was willing to work with him to find a solution that would make everyone happy. But Gerald wasn't interested in compromises. He said that any wind chimes were unacceptable because they created artificial noise in what should be a quiet residential area. He claimed that the gentle sounds were just as disruptive as loud music or barking dogs. I tried to explain that wind chimes are generally considered acceptable outdoor decorations, and that the sounds they make are natural and peaceful. I mentioned that several other houses in our neighbourhood had similar decorations, including bird feeders and garden features that attracted noisy birds. Gerald said those other things were different because they were natural sounds, while wind chimes were manufactured noise makers. He seemed to have developed a very specific philosophy about what types of outdoor sounds were acceptable in residential areas. The conversation ended with Gerald telling me that if I didn't remove the chimes voluntarily, he would file a noise complaint with the city. He said he'd already researched the local noise ordinances and believed my wind chimes violated the regulations about disturbing the peace. I was frustrated but tried to remain diplomatic. I told Gerald that I'd consider his request and get back to him, hoping that maybe he'd cool down and realise he was being unreasonable. Over the next few days, I paid extra attention to the wind chimes to see if they could possibly be as disruptive as Gerald claimed. I stood in various locations around my property and the surrounding area, listening for any sounds that might be considered excessive. Even on the windiest days, the chimes produced only soft, intermittent sounds that lasted a few seconds at a time. Standing in Gerald's backyard, I could barely detect them at all, and only when I was specifically listening for them. I talked to some of my other neighbours to get their perspective on the situation. None of them had even noticed the wind chimes, and when I pointed them out, everyone said the sounds were pleasant and unobtrusive. One neighbour mentioned that Gerald had previously complained about other people's yard decorations, including a small fountain and some decorative flags. Apparently, he had very strong opinions about maintaining the character of the neighbourhood. I decided not to remove the wind chimes, since I didn't believe they were causing any legitimate disturbance. I figured Gerald would eventually find something else to focus his attention on and forget about the whole thing. But 2 weeks later, I received a formal notice from the City Code Enforcement Office. Gerald had indeed filed a noise complaint, and an inspector was scheduled to come out and evaluate the situation. The inspector arrived on a moderately windy day when the chimes were actually audible. He listened from various locations around my property and Gerald's, taking notes and measurements. After about 30 minutes, the inspector told me that my wind chimes didn't violate any noise ordinances. He said the sounds were well within acceptable limits and comparable to natural environmental noises like rustling leaves or bird songs. The inspector also mentioned that wind chimes are specifically mentioned in the city code as acceptable outdoor decorations, as long as they're not excessively loud or positioned to deliberately disturb neighbours. He issued a report stating that no violation had occurred and that no action was required on my part. I was relieved, but also annoyed that I'd had to go through this entire process because of Gerald's unreasonable complaint. Gerald was not happy about the inspector's decision. He came over to my house again and said he disagreed with the city's assessment. He threatened to continue filing complaints and to escalate the matter to higher authorities. I finally lost my patience and told Gerald that his complaints were unreasonable and that he needed to find more productive ways to spend his retirement than harassing neighbours over peaceful wind chimes. Since then, Gerald has continued to glare at me whenever we see each other, and I've noticed him standing in his yard staring at my house when the wind chimes are making noise. But he hasn't filed any more official complaints. The whole experience taught me that some people will find reasons to be upset about anything, even something as harmless as gentle wind chimes. Gerald managed to turn a peaceful outdoor decoration into a neighbourhood controversy, all because he couldn't tolerate the slightest deviation from his idea of perfect quiet. That story is over. Filing a noise complaint about wind chimes that are barely audible 2 houses away takes a special kind of dedication to being miserable. Gerald really spent his golden years researching municipal noise ordinances to wage war against some bamboo tubes making gentle tinkling sounds. Our next story comes from Derek, who came home from vacation to discover that his cousin had some very creative interpretations of family hospitality and property rights. My cousin tried to move into my house while I was on vacation. This happened about 5 months ago, and I'm still processing the level of entitlement and complete disregard for boundaries that my own family member displayed while I was out of the country. I'd been planning a 2-week trip to Europe for over a year. It was going to be my first real vacation since starting my new job, and I was incredibly excited about the opportunity to travel and disconnect from work stress. Before leaving for my trip, I made all the usual preparations. I arranged for my mail to be held, set up automatic bill payments, and asked my next-door neighbour to keep an eye on the house while I was gone. Standard vacation protocol that any responsible homeowner would follow. My cousin Brandon had been having some financial difficulties for the past few months. He'd lost his job earlier in the year and had been struggling to find steady work. He'd been staying with various friends and family members, bouncing from couch to couch while trying to get back on his feet. I felt bad for Brandon's situation, and I'd helped him out with small amounts of money when I could. He'd crashed on my couch a few times when he needed a place to stay for a night or two. I was sympathetic to his struggles, but I also maintained clear boundaries about how much help I could provide. About a week before my vacation, Brandon called me asking if he could stay at my house while I was away. He said he was between living situations again and needed a temporary place to stay. He promised he'd take good care of the house and that it would actually be helpful to have someone there for security purposes. I was hesitant about this arrangement. While I trusted Brandon not to damage anything, I wasn't comfortable with the idea of someone living in my house while I was gone. I liked the idea of coming home to my own space exactly as I'd left it. I told Brandon that I appreciated his offer to watch the house, but that I'd already made arrangements with my neighbour and preferred to keep things simple. I offered to help him find another temporary housing solution, but I wasn't comfortable with him staying at my place while I was travelling. Brandon seemed disappointed, but said he understood. He mentioned that he might have found another option anyway, and we left the conversation on good terms. I flew to Europe, feeling relaxed and excited about my vacation. For the first week, everything went perfectly. I was having an amazing time exploring new cities, trying local food, and finally getting the break from routine that I'd been craving. Halfway through the second week of my trip, I got a text from my neighbour asking if I'd given anyone permission to be at my house. She said she'd seen lights on at unusual times and noticed someone, and going with coming what looked like moving boxes. My heart sank immediately. I called my neighbour and asked her to describe what she'd been seeing. She told me that for the past few days, there had been clear signs that someone was living in my house. Different cars in the driveway, lights on late at night, and multiple people helping to carry boxes and furniture inside. I was furious and panicked at the same time. I immediately called Brandon's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I left several increasingly angry messages demanding that he call me back and explain what was happening at my house. When Brandon finally called me back several hours later, he acted like nothing unusual was going on. He said he'd decided to take me up on my offer to watch the house after all, and that he was just getting settled in to make sure everything stayed secure. I reminded Brandon that I had specifically told him he couldn't stay at my house while I was away. He brushed off my concerns and said he'd figured I was just being polite, and that I'd actually appreciate having someone there to take care of things. But it got worse. Brandon admitted that he hadn't just moved in temporarily. He'd brought several friends with him, and they were all staying at my house together. He said they were being really careful with my stuff, and that having multiple people there was actually better security than having the house sit empty. I was absolutely livid. Not only had Brandon directly ignored my clear instructions, but he'd turned my house into some kind of group living situation with people I'd never even met. When I asked about the moving boxes my neighbour had mentioned, Brandon said he and his friends had brought some of their belongings with them since they were planning to stay for a while. He talked about it like this was a reasonable, long-term housing arrangement that I should be grateful for. I told Brandon that he needed to get everyone out of my house immediately, and that I was cutting my vacation short to come home and deal with this situation. Brandon got defensive and said I was overreacting, that they weren't hurting anything and were actually doing me a favour. He claimed that having people in the house was preventing break-ins and that I should be thanking him for his thoughtfulness. He also mentioned that they'd been keeping the place clean and even doing some minor maintenance tasks that I'd been putting off. I explained to Brandon that none of this mattered because he didn't have permission to be there in the first place. I told him that if he and his friends weren't out of my house by the time I got home, I would call the police and have them removed for trespassing. Brandon finally seemed to realise how serious I was, but instead of apologising, he got angry. He said I was being selfish and that family should help each other out during difficult times. He claimed that I had plenty of space and that sharing it temporarily shouldn't be such a big deal. I ended the call and immediately started making arrangements to fly home early. I was able to change my flight for the next day, but it cost me several $100s in fees and meant missing the last few days of a vacation I'd been planning for months. During the long flight home, I kept imagining what I might find when I got to my house. I was worried about damage to my belongings, but I was also angry about the violation of trust and boundaries that had occurred. When I finally arrived home, Brandon and his friends were in the process of moving their stuff out. There were boxes and bags scattered all over my living room, and it was clear that multiple people had been living there for several days. Brandon acted sheepish, but not particularly apologetic. He kept emphasising that they hadn't damaged anything and that they'd tried to be respectful of my space. He seemed to think this somehow made the entire situation acceptable. As I looked around my house, I could see signs that it had been thoroughly lived in. My furniture had been rearranged, my kitchen had been used extensively, and there were personal items belonging to strangers scattered throughout my rooms. The worst part was discovering that Brandon and his friends had been using my personal belongings like they owned them. My clothes had been worn, my electronics had been used, and even my toiletries had been shared among the group. When I confronted Brandon about this, he said they'd tried to be careful and that they'd replace anything that got damaged. He didn't seem to understand that the issue wasn't just about potential damage, but about the complete violation of privacy and boundaries. It took Brandon and his friends several hours to finish moving out all their belongings. During this time, I discovered that they'd also been having parties at my house, with evidence of additional people who had been coming and going during my absence. My neighbour later confirmed that there had been multiple nights with loud music, cars parked up and down the street, and groups of people she didn't recognise hanging out in my yard. After everyone finally left, I spent the rest of the day cleaning and trying to restore my house to the way it had been before I left. I had to wash all my linens, reorganise my belongings, and basically reclaim my own space. The experience completely ruined what was supposed to be a relaxing end to my vacation. Instead of coming home refreshed and happy, I felt violated and exhausted from dealing with the aftermath of Brandon's invasion. Brandon has since tried to apologise, but he still doesn't seem to fully understand why I was so upset. He continues to frame what happened as a misunderstanding rather than a serious violation of trust and boundaries. Our family relationship has been permanently damaged by this incident. I can no longer trust Brandon with any information about my personal life or living situation, and I've had to make it clear to other family members that he's not welcome in my home. The whole situation taught me that some people will take advantage of any opportunity, even when it means betraying the trust of family members who have tried to help them. Brandon saw my vacation as a chance to solve his housing problems, regardless of the impact on our relationship or my sense of security in my own home. That story is over. Moving into someone's house without permission and bringing friends along for the party is basically squatting with extra steps. Brandon really thought turning his cousin's home into a temporary commune while he was in Europe was doing him a favour for security purposes. Our next story comes from Ava, who discovered that her sister-in-law had developed an unusual shopping strategy that involved copying every single outfit choice within days of seeing it worn. My sister-in-law keeps copying my outfits. This started about 8 months ago and has escalated to the point where I feel like I can't wear anything new without it immediately showing up in her wardrobe. My brother married Kelsey 2 years ago, and initially we got along pretty well. She seemed nice enough, and I was happy that my brother had found someone who made him happy. Kelsey is a few years older than me, works in marketing, and has always been interested in fashion and style. When they first got together, Kelsey would sometimes compliment my outfits when we'd see each other at family gatherings. She'd ask where I'd gotten certain pieces or mention that she liked my style. I thought it was sweet that she was trying to bond with me through shared interests in clothes and shopping. Occasionally, Kelsey would ask me for advice about where to shop or what brands I liked. I was happy to help and would recommend stores or websites where I'd found good pieces. It felt like normal sister-in-law bonding over fashion. The first time I noticed something odd was at a family barbecue last summer. I was wearing this really cute floral sundress that I'd just bought from a boutique downtown. It was a unique piece, not something you'd find at a regular department store. About a week after the barbecue, I saw Kelsey post a photo on social media wearing the exact same dress. Same colour, same pattern, same style. It was clearly identical to the one I'd been wearing. At first I thought it might be a coincidence. Maybe she'd seen something similar at a different store and bought it without realising it was the same dress. I didn't say anything about it, but I did find it a little weird. But then it happened again. I wore a specific combination of jeans and a sweater to dinner with my brother and Kelsey. The sweater was from a small online retailer, and the jeans were a particular brand and wash that I'd spent time finding. Within 2 weeks, Kelsey showed up to another family event wearing the exact same combination. Same jeans, same sweater, styled in exactly the same way I'd worn them. This time, I was pretty sure it wasn't a coincidence. The chances of someone accidentally buying the exact same items from the same retailers and wearing them the same way were pretty slim. I started paying more attention to what Kelsey was wearing and when. Over the next few months, I noticed a clear pattern. Almost every outfit I wore around her would reappear in her wardrobe within a few days or weeks. She wasn't just buying similar styles or being inspired by my choices. She was tracking down the exact same items and copying my outfits piece by piece. I tested this theory by wearing a really distinctive jacket to a family dinner. The jacket was from a vintage store and had unique embroidered details that made it clearly one of a kind. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, Kelsey posted a photo wearing what appeared to be the identical jacket. Either she'd found the exact same vintage piece, which seemed impossible, or she'd been doing some serious detective work to track down my purchases. The situation got even more uncomfortable when I realised that Kelsey was copying not just individual pieces, but entire outfits and styling choices. If I wore my hair in a particular way with a certain outfit, she'd recreate the whole look exactly. She was also copying accessories, shoes, and even makeup choices. It was like she was studying my appearance and then reproducing it in her own life. I started to feel really uncomfortable getting dressed for family events, knowing that anything I wore would likely show up in Kelsey's wardrobe soon afterward. It felt invasive and weird, like she was collecting pieces of my identity. The breaking point came when I bought a really special dress for my birthday dinner. It was from a designer boutique, pretty expensive for my budget, and something I'd been saving up for. The dress was unique and made me feel really confident and beautiful. I wore the dress to my birthday dinner, where Kelsey was present, along with the rest of my family. She complimented the dress repeatedly and asked lots of questions about where I'd gotten it and how much it cost. I was a little hesitant to give her too much information, given the pattern I'd been noticing, but I didn't want to be rude or seem paranoid. I mentioned the boutique where I'd bought it, but didn't go into detail about the price or specific designer. 3 days later, Kelsey posted photos from what appeared to be a date night with my brother. She was wearing my exact birthday dress. I was furious. This wasn't just copying my style anymore. She'd gone out and bought the exact same expensive dress that I'd chosen for my special birthday celebration. When I saw her wearing it, I felt like she'd stolen something personal from me. That dress had been special because it was uniquely mine, and now it felt like just another item in a collection of copied outfits. I finally decided to confront Kelsey about the copying. I called her and asked if we could talk privately. I tried to approach the conversation diplomatically, saying that I'd noticed we'd been wearing a lot of similar pieces lately. Kelsey acted completely innocent and surprised. She said she hadn't realised we were buying similar things and that it was just a funny coincidence. She claimed that we must just have similar taste in clothes. When I pointed out specific examples of identical outfits and accessories, Kelsey said she was flattered that I thought she was copying me, but that she'd been developing her own style independently. She even suggested that maybe I was the one copying her since she couldn't remember who had worn what first. This was clearly untrue, since I had photos and receipts proving that I'd worn things before she did. The conversation didn't go well. Kelsey seemed offended that I was accusing her of copying, and she denied that there was any intentional pattern to our similar clothing choices. I tried to explain how uncomfortable it made me feel to see my personal style choices replicated so exactly, but Kelsey said I was being possessive about clothes and that no one could own a particular look. Since that conversation, the copying has actually gotten worse. Now it feels deliberate and almost aggressive, like Kelsey is trying to prove that she can wear anything I wear. She's even started posting photos of herself in copied outfits before I have a chance to wear the original pieces again, like she's trying to claim ownership of the looks. My brother seems oblivious to the whole situation. When I've tried to bring it up with him, he says that Kelsey just admires my style and that I should take it as a compliment. He doesn't understand how invasive and uncomfortable it feels to have someone systematically copying your personal style choices. To him, it's just clothes, but to me, it feels like someone is stealing pieces of my identity. The situation has made family gatherings really awkward. I never know what Kelsey is going to be wearing, and I often find myself second-guessing my outfit choices to avoid giving her new material to copy. I've started being much more private about my shopping and style choices, but it's frustrating to have to hide something I used to enjoy sharing with family. The whole experience has taught me that some people have very different boundaries when it comes to personal style and individual identity. What feels like flattery to Kelsey feels like theft to me, and there doesn't seem to be any middle ground. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to take someone's most precious family photos and use them for your own engagement announcement while claiming you, technically, have the right because you were in the frame is truly breathtaking. Some people really have no concept of boundaries when it comes to special moments that don't belong to them. Our next story comes from Ryan, who learned that some bosses have very loose interpretations of professional boundaries when it comes to sharing employee contact information. My boss gave my number to a client. I work as a graphic designer for a small marketing agency, and I've always tried to maintain professional boundaries between my work life and personal life. I don't give out my personal phone number to clients. I don't check work emails after hours unless it's an emergency. And I definitely don't want random people contacting me outside of business hours. My boss, Patricia, has always been a little too casual about professional boundaries. She's the type who thinks we're all one big family and that normal workplace rules don't really apply to our small team. She gives out personal information freely and expects everyone to be available whenever clients need something. About 2 months ago, we started working with this new client named Brandon, who runs a small restaurant chain. The project was pretty straightforward, just some updated menu designs and promotional materials. Brandon seemed nice enough during our initial meetings, but I noticed he was pretty demanding about timelines and revisions. Everything was going fine until Patricia decided to go out of town for a long weekend. She didn't tell anyone she was leaving, didn't set up an out-of-office message, and basically just disappeared on a Thursday afternoon, any notice without clients to or staff. That Friday morning I came into the office to find several voicemails from Brandon asking about revisions to his menu design. He sounded increasingly frustrated with each message because Patricia wasn't responding to his calls or emails. I worked on the revisions he'd requested and sent them through our normal channels, assuming Patricia would handle the client communication when she got back. But Brandon kept calling the office, getting more agitated about not being able to reach Patricia directly. By Friday afternoon, Brandon was demanding to speak with someone immediately about his project. He said he had a deadline coming up and needed answers. I was the only one in right away. Since the office who knew anything about his project, I took his call and tried to address his concerns. Brandon seemed satisfied with the work I'd done, but he was still upset about Patricia's disappearance. He asked for her personal phone number so he could reach her over the weekend if needed. I explained that I couldn't give out personal contact information and that he'd have to wait until Monday to speak with her. That's when Brandon asked for my personal number instead. He said he might have questions about the design work over the weekend and didn't want to wait until Monday for answers. I politely declined and explained that I don't give out my personal information to clients. Brandon got pushy about it, saying that customer service was part of my job and that he needed to be able to reach someone who could help him. I stood firm and told him he could email me through the office system if he had urgent questions, but that I wasn't available for phone calls outside of business hours. When Patricia finally returned on Monday, Brandon immediately complained to her about my unprofessional refusal to give him my phone number. Instead of backing me up, Patricia actually agreed with Brandon that I should have been more accommodating. That afternoon, Patricia called me into her office and said she was disappointed in my handling of the situation. She said that going above and beyond for clients was what separated our agency from bigger competitors, and that sometimes that meant making personal sacrifices for customer service. I tried to explain that maintaining professional boundaries was important and that giving out personal phone numbers wasn't a reasonable expectation. But Patricia said she was going to give Brandon my number so he could reach me directly if he had any issues with future projects. I told Patricia I was not comfortable with her sharing my personal contact information with clients without my permission. I explained that my personal phone was for family and friends, not work emergencies, and that Brandon could reach me through normal business channels during regular hours. Patricia got annoyed and said I was being difficult and unprofessional. She claimed that other employees had given their numbers to clients when needed, and that I was the only one making a big deal about it. Before I could respond, Patricia picked up her phone and called Brandon right there in her office. I listened in horror as she gave him my personal cell phone number and told him he could contact me directly with any questions about his project. When she hung up, I was furious. I told Patricia that she had no right to give out my personal information without my consent, and that this was a serious violation of my privacy. I said I was going to have to change my phone number because of her decision. Patricia rolled her eyes and said I was overreacting. She claimed that giving my number to one trusted client wasn't a big deal, and that I should be wanted to work flattered that Brandon specifically with me directly. Within an hour of Patricia giving out my number, Brandon started texting me. The first message was just a simple "thank you for the design work," which seemed harmless enough. But then the messages kept coming. Brandon started texting me about minor questions that could have easily been handled through email during business hours. He'd send messages late at night asking about colour choices or font options. He'd text me early in the morning with new ideas for his project. What made it worse was that Brandon seemed to think having my personal number meant we were friends. His messages became increasingly casual and personal. He'd send me pictures of food from his restaurants and ask for my opinion. He'd make comments about my design style and how much he enjoyed working with me. The breaking point came when Brandon started texting me on weekends about completely non-work related things. He'd send me articles he thought I might find interesting, or photos from his personal life, or just random thoughts about his day. When I didn't respond to these personal messages quickly enough, Brandon would send follow-up texts asking if I was okay or if he'd done something wrong. He seemed to interpret my professional boundaries as personal rejection. I tried to redirect Brandon back to business-only communication through proper channels, but he kept insisting that texting was more convenient and that Patricia had told him I was available to help whenever he needed it. The situation escalated when Brandon started calling me at all hours of the day and night. He'd call during dinner with my family, on weekend mornings, even late at night when I was trying to sleep. Every call was supposedly urgent, but most of his questions could have waited until normal business hours. I finally had to block Brandon's number, but then he started calling the office, demanding to know why I wasn't responding to his texts. Patricia was furious with me for blocking a client and said I was creating problems for the whole agency. When I explained that Brandon had been harassing me with constant personal messages and calls, Patricia said I was exaggerating and that he was just being friendly. She claimed that I should appreciate having such an engaged client who valued my work. I ended up having to change my phone number entirely because Brandon had started giving it to other business owners who might want design work. Apparently, he'd been recommending our services and specifically telling people they could reach me directly on my personal phone. The whole situation created ongoing tension with Patricia, who continued to blame me for being unprofessional rather than acknowledging that she'd violated my privacy and put me in an impossible situation. I started looking for a new job immediately after the phone number incident. Working for someone who thinks employee personal information is fair game for client convenience is not sustainable long term. That story is over. Giving out an employee's personal phone number without permission and then blaming them when the client becomes a stalker is peak terrible management. Patricia basically turned Ryan into Brandon's personal customer service hotline and couldn't understand why that might be problematic. Our next story comes from Jenna, who discovered that some friends will sabotage your special occasions rather than deal with their own insecurities. My friend cancelled my birthday dinner because she was jealous. This happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still trying to understand how someone I considered one of my closest friends could be so cruel on what was supposed to be one of my favourite days of the year. I'd been planning my birthday celebration for weeks. Nothing too elaborate, just dinner at a nice restaurant with my closest friends. I'd made reservations for 8 people at this Italian place I'd been wanting to try, and I was really excited about getting everyone together. My friend Vanessa had been acting weird for the past few months, ever since I'd gotten a promotion at work. She'd make little comments about how lucky I was, or how some people just had everything handed to them. I tried to brush off these remarks because Vanessa had been going through a rough patch with her job search. About a week before my birthday, Vanessa started making passive-aggressive comments about the restaurant I'd chosen. She said it was probably expensive and that not everyone could afford fancy places. I offered to cover her meal if money was an issue, but she got offended and said she didn't need charity. 2 days before my birthday dinner, I was finalising details with everyone when I got a group text from Vanessa. Instead of just messaging me privately, she sent it to all the people who were supposed to come to dinner. The message said that she'd been thinking about my birthday celebration, and she felt like she needed to be honest about something. She claimed that she'd recently learned some information about me that made her uncomfortable about celebrating with me. Vanessa went on to say that she'd discovered I'd been lying about various aspects of my life, including my job situation and financial status. She said she didn't want to enable what she called my fake lifestyle by participating in an expensive dinner that I probably couldn't actually afford. I was completely shocked by this message. Everything Vanessa was claiming was completely false. I hadn't lied about anything regarding my job or finances. The promotion I'd gotten was legitimate, and I'd worked hard to earn it. I called Vanessa immediately to ask what she was talking about, but she wouldn't answer her phone. I sent her several texts asking her to explain these accusations, but she didn't respond. Meanwhile, the group text had created chaos among our friend group. People were confused and asking questions about what Vanessa meant. Some friends were taking sides without knowing the full story, and others were just uncomfortable with the whole situation. By the end of that day, 3 people had backed out of my birthday dinner because they didn't want to be involved in whatever drama was happening between Vanessa and me. They said they'd rather wait until things got sorted out before committing to social plans. I tried to salvage the situation by explaining to everyone that Vanessa's accusations were completely unfounded. I provided documentation of my job promotion and offered to show anyone who wanted proof that I could afford the dinner I'd planned. But the damage was already done. What was supposed to be a fun celebration with friends had turned into this awkward situation where people felt like they had to choose sides or investigate my personal life. The night before my birthday, Vanessa finally called me back, but instead of apologizing or explaining her behavior, she doubled down on her accusations. She said she knew I was struggling financially because she'd seen me using coupons at the grocery store and shopping at discount retailers. This was absurd reasoning. Using coupons and shopping smartly doesn't mean someone is broke, it means they're financially responsible. But Vanessa had apparently decided that anyone who got a promotion must be lying about their success if they still try to save money on everyday purchases. Vanessa also admitted that she'd been feeling bad about her own job situation and that seeing me succeed had made her question her own choices. But instead of dealing with those feelings in a healthy way, she decided to tear me down publicly. She said she didn't think it was fair for me to have a fancy birthday dinner when she was struggling to pay her bills. She claimed that real friends would be more considerate of each other's financial situations and wouldn't flaunt their success. I tried to explain that my birthday dinner wasn't about flaunting anything. It was about celebrating with people I cared about. I reminded Vanessa that I'd offered to pay for her meal and that the celebration was really about spending time together, not about the money. But Vanessa wasn't interested in reasonable conversation. She said she'd rather not come to my birthday at all than pretend to be happy about my fake success. She said she didn't want to be part of what she called my dishonest lifestyle. My birthday dinner ended up happening with only 4 people instead of the 8 I'd originally planned for. The people who came were supportive and tried to make it a good evening, but the whole situation had cast a shadow over what should have been a happy celebration. Throughout dinner, I kept thinking about Vanessa's accusations and wondering if other people in my life secretly felt the same way. It was hard to enjoy the evening when I felt like I had to defend my right to celebrate my own success. The worst part was that Vanessa had timed her attack perfectly to cause maximum damage. By sending the group text just 2 days before my birthday, she'd ensured that there wasn't enough time to properly address her accusations or salvage the original plans. After my birthday, I tried one more time to have a reasonable conversation with Vanessa about what had happened. I hoped she might apologize once she'd had time to cool down and think about her behavior, but Vanessa remained convinced that she'd done the right thing by exposing what she saw as my dishonesty. She said she was protecting our other friends from being manipulated by someone who wasn't being truthful about their life situation. When I asked for specific examples of lies I'd supposedly told, Vanessa couldn't provide any real evidence. Her entire case was based on assumptions she'd made about my finances, based on seeing me use coupons and shop at certain stores. The friendship ended there. I realized that Vanessa's jealousy had poisoned her perception of me to the point where she was willing to sabotage my birthday, rather than deal with her own insecurities. Several of our mutual friends eventually reached out to apologize for getting caught up in the drama. They said they realized Vanessa's accusations didn't make sense once they had time to think about it objectively. But the damage to my birthday celebration couldn't be undone. What should have been a joyful milestone became a reminder of how jealousy can turn even close friends into people who actively work against your happiness. That story is over. Using someone's birthday as the perfect moment to launch a jealousy-fueled character assassination campaign is truly next-level toxic behavior. Vanessa really convinced herself that using coupons was evidence of fraud and decided to destroy her friend's celebration rather than work through her own career disappointments. Our next story comes from Logan, who learned that some landlords have very creative interpretations of tenant privacy rights and appropriate notice my requirements. My landlord showed apartment without telling me. I rent a 1-bedroom apartment in a building downtown that's managed by this property management company. My landlord, Mr. Peterson, has always been pretty hands-off, which I appreciated. He fixes things when they break, doesn't bother me about minor issues, and generally respects tenant privacy. About a month ago, I started hearing from Mr. Peterson more frequently than usual. He'd call to ask about maintenance issues that didn't really exist, or stop that seemed by to check on things fine. I thought maybe he was just being extra attentive, which was weird but not necessarily problematic. I work from home most days, so I'm in my a bit during apartment, quite normal business hours. My schedule is pretty flexible, which means I might be on work calls, taking breaks, or just moving around my living space throughout the day. Last Tuesday, I had a particularly busy morning with back-to-back video conferences. I'd been on call since 8 in the morning and finally had a break around 11:30. I decided to take a quick shower before my next meeting at noon. I was in the bathroom with the water running when I heard what sounded like voices coming from my living room. At first, I thought maybe the TV had somehow turned on, or that sound was coming through the walls from a neighbour's apartment. But as I listened more carefully, I realised the voices were definitely coming from inside my apartment. I could hear multiple people talking, and one of the voices sounded like Mr. Peterson. I quickly turned off the shower and wrapped a towel around myself. I crept to the bathroom carefully. Their door, and listened more, were definitely at least 3 people in my living room, having a conversation about my apartment. I could hear Mr. Peterson's voice explaining features of the sounded like a couple apartment to what. He was talking about the layout, the natural light, and the building amenities like he was giving a tour to prospective tenants. My heart started racing as I realised what was happening. My landlord had brought strangers into my apartment while I was home, without any notice or permission, and was to them showing it like it was vacant and available for rent. I was standing in my bathroom in just a towel, trapped while strangers walked around my living space, discussing whether they wanted to live there. I could hear them opening closets, commenting on the kitchen, and asking questions about lease terms. The whole situation was surreal and terrifying. I didn't know if I should confront them or hide until they left. I was barely dressed and completely unprepared for this violation of my privacy and tenant rights. I listened as the tour continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 10 minutes. Mr. Peterson showed them every room except the bathroom, explaining rental costs and building policies the entire time. Finally, I heard the voices moving toward the front door. Mr. Peterson was giving the couple his contact information and encouraging them to submit an application if they were interested. They were talking about move-in dates and discussing how quickly they could make a decision. After I heard the front door close and confirmed that everyone had left, I got dressed as quickly as possible and called Mr. Peterson immediately. I was furious and shaking from the adrenaline of having strangers in my home without my knowledge. When Peterson answer misted, I demanded an explanation for what had just happened. I asked him why he'd brought people into my apartment without any notice and how he thought this was acceptable behaviour. Mr. Peterson acted like I was over. He said he'd knock a reacting D on my door before entering, and that when I didn't answer, he'd assumed I wasn't home. He claimed that he had the right to show the apartment to prospective tenants as long as he'd attempted to notify me. I told Mr. Peterson that I'd been home the entire time, just in the shower, and that knocking once his apartment before entering someone stranger's was completely inappropriate. I explained that I could have been in any state of undress or in the middle of private activities. Mr. Peterson said he was sorry I felt uncomfortable, but that he needed to show the apartment to potential renters and couldn't wait around for convenient times. He claimed that my lease allowed for apartment showings with reasonable notice, which he interpreted as knocking before entering. I pulled out my lease agreement and read the relevant section to him over the phone. The lease clearly stated that the landlord must provide 24 hours written notice before entering the apartment for any non-emergency reason, including showings. Mr. Peterson got defensive and said that the notice requirement was more of a guideline than a strict rule. He claimed that experienced landlords knew how to handle these situations appropriately, and that I was being difficult about normal property management procedures. I told him that having my apartment while strangers tour, I was home, and unaware was not normal or appropriate under any circumstances. I explained that this was a serious violation of my privacy and tenant rights, and that I was considering filing a complaint with the housing authority. Mr. Peterson's tone changed when I mentioned involving outside authorities. He said he hadn't meant to cause any problems, and that maybe there had been a miscommunication about proper procedures. But then he said something that made me even angrier. He mentioned that he was planning to show the apartment to several other prospective tenants over the next few weeks and asked when would be convenient times for me of the apartment. I realised to be out that Mr. Peterson was planning to move forward with showing my apartment regularly, as if I was moving out or as if the apartment was available for immediate occupancy. I asked him directly whether he was trying to rent my apartment to someone else while I was still living there. Mr. Peterson admitted that he had a waiting list of people interested in my unit and that he was trying to line up a new tenant for when my lease expired. But my lease wasn't set to expire for another 8 months, and I had no plans to move. When I pointed this out, Mr. Peterson said he'd assumed I'd want to move since I'd complained about minor maintenance issues in the past. He claimed he was being proactive by finding replacement tenants, even though I'd never indicated any intention to leave. The whole conversation revealed that Mr. Peterson had been operating under completely false assumptions about my housing plans and had decided to start showing my apartment without bothering to confirm whether I was actually planning to vacate. I told Mr. Peterson that I was not moving, that my lease was not expiring soon, and that he could not continue showing my apartment to prospective tenants. I demanded that he provide proper written notice for any future apartment entries and that he respect my tenant rights going forward. Mr. Peterson agreed to follow proper procedures, but seemed annoyed that I was making such a big deal about what he considered a simple misunderstanding. He said he'd been managing properties for years and had never had a tenant react so negatively to apartment showings. I spent the rest of that day researching tenant rights and documenting everything that had happened. I took photos of my apartment and wrote down exact times and details of the unauthorised entry. The incident made me realise how vulnerable tenants can be when landlords don't respect basic privacy rights. The thought of strangers walking through my home while I was in the shower, discussing whether they wanted to live in my space, was deeply unsettling. I've since installed a chain lock on my door and started keeping detailed records of all communications with Mr. Peterson. I also filed a formal complaint with the local housing authority about the unauthorised entry. That story is over. Walking into someone's apartment with prospective tenants while the current tenant is in the shower and then acting like this is normal property management procedure shows a stunning lack of understanding about basic privacy rights. Some landlords really think tenant protection laws are just friendly suggestions. Our next story comes from Cole, who discovered that family members can make heartbreaking decisions about sentimental items when they're desperate for quick cash. My brother sold my childhood console for gas money. This happened about 6 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to process how someone could sell something so meaningful for such a small amount of money. When I moved out of my parents' house 2 years ago to start my first job in another city, I left behind a lot of childhood belongings in my old bedroom. My parents said they weren't in any hurry to convert the room and that my stuff could stay there until I figured out what I wanted to do with it. One of the things I'd left behind was my original Nintendo Entertainment System that my grandfather had bought for me when I was 8 years old. This wasn't just any gaming console, it was the gift that had sparked my lifelong love of video games and had been a huge part of my childhood. My grandfather had saved up money from his part-time job at the hardware store to buy me the console for Christmas. He'd wrapped it himself and was so excited to see my reaction when I opened it. That Christmas morning was one of my favourite memories with him. The console came with the classic games like Super Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt, but over the years, my grandfather and I had built up a collection of probably 20 games that we'd play together whenever I visited him. Even after he passed away when I was in high school, I'd kept the console as a way to remember those gaming sessions I moved out, I'd shared. Wend specifically told my parents that the Nintendo was important to me and that I wanted to keep it. I just didn't have space in my small apartment at the time, so I'd asked if it could stay in my old room temporarily. My younger brother Trevor had been living at home since graduating high school last year. He'd been working part-time jobs, but hadn't really found a steady career direction. My parents had been supporting him while he figured things out, which I thought was reasonable. About 2 months ago, Trevor started having car trouble. His old sedan had been having mechanical issues, and he'd been spending money on repairs that never seemed to fix the underlying problems. Finally, the car broke down completely and would have cost more to repair than it was worth. Trevor needed a car to get to work, but he didn't have enough money saved for a down payment on a replacement vehicle. My parents helped him as much as they could, but they were also dealing with their own financial constraints. I offered to help Trevor with some money for a car, but he said he wanted to handle the situation himself and didn't want to borrow money from family members. I respected his desire to be independent and figured he'd work something out. Last month I was talking to my mum on the phone when she casually mentioned that Trevor had managed to get enough money together for a used car. She said he'd sold some old electronics and video games to come up with the cash he needed. Something about the way she said it made me suspicious. I asked her what specific items Trevor had sold, and there was a long pause before she said she wasn't sure about all the details. I called Trevor directly to congratulate him on getting the car situation sorted out. During our conversation, I asked him about what he'd sold to raise the money. Trevor got evasive and said he'd just gotten rid of some stuff he didn't need anymore. When I pressed him for more details, Trevor finally admitted that he'd sold my old Nintendo console and games to a retro gaming store downtown. He said he'd gotten $300 for the whole collection, which had been enough to cover his car down payment. I was speechless. Trevor had sold something that belonged to me, something with enormous sentimental value, without even asking permission. He treated my childhood memories like his personal property to dispose of for convenience. When I confronted Trevor about taking my belongings without permission, he got defensive. He said the console had been sitting in the closet for 2 years, and that I obviously didn't care about it if I'd left it at our parents' house. Trevor claimed that since I'd moved out and left my stuff behind, it was fair game for anyone in the family to use or sell. He said he'd needed the money for a legitimate emergency and that I should understand his situation. I tried to explain to Trevor that the Nintendo wasn't just an old gaming console, it was a connection to our grandfather and some of my most precious childhood memories. I told him about the significance of the gift and how much it had meant to both me and grandpadfather over the years. But Trevor seemed to think I was being overly sentimental about what he called just old video game stuff. He said he didn't realise it was so important to me and that if I'd really cared about it, I should have taken it with me when I moved out. The conversation got heated when Trevor suggested that I was being selfish for being upset about him solving his transportation problems. He said that having a working car was more important than keeping old electronics for nostalgia purposes. I asked Trevor if he'd at least tried to contact me before selling my belongings, and he admitted that he hadn't. He said he'd been stressed about the car situation and needed money quickly, so he'd just grabbed whatever seemed valuable from around the house. When I asked my parents why they'd allowed Trevor to sell my possessions, they said they hadn't realised he was taking my things. They thought he was selling his own old electronics and hadn't paid close attention to exactly what he was getting rid of. My mum felt terrible when she understood what had happened. She said she would have stopped Trevor if she'd known he was taking my childhood console, especially something that had been a gift from grandfather. I asked Trevor if he could buy back the console and games from the retro gaming store, but he said they'd already sold everything to other customers. The store owner confirmed this when I called directly. Apparently, original Nintendo systems with game collections sell pretty quickly to collectors. Trevor offered to give me the $300 he'd gotten for my stuff, but that wasn't the point. The money couldn't replace the sentimental value or the memories attached to those specific items that had belonged to me and my grandfather. What made the situation worse was learning that Trevor could have borrowed the car down payment money from several other sources. My parents would have helped him more if he'd asked, and I had already offered to loan him money for a car. Instead of accepting help from family who cared about him, Trevor had chosen to solve his problem by taking something that wasn't his to sell. He'd chosen the path that required betraying my trust rather than accepting temporary financial assistance. The whole experience changed how I view Trevor's character and decision-making. Someone who would sell their siblings' childhood memories for gas money without even asking permission isn't someone I can trust with anything important. My parents have since implemented rules about not taking or selling other family members' belongings without explicit permission. But the damage to my relationship with Trevor has been lasting. I've started moving all my remaining childhood belongings out of my parents' house and into storage because I can't risk having other meaningful items disappear the next time Trevor needs quick cash for something. The saddest part is that those games represented hours of bonding time with my grandfather, who taught me strategy and patience through gaming. Now those memories feel tainted by knowing that Trevor saw them as nothing more than a convenient source of spending money. That story is over. Selling someone's childhood memories for $300 when multiple family members had offered to help with the car situation shows a level of selfishness that's hard to forgive. The fact that it was a meaningful gift from their late grandfather makes Trevor's decision even more heartbreaking and inexcusable. Our next story comes from Emily, who learned that some neighbours have very creative solutions when their pets cause ongoing property damage. My neighbour's dog keeps digging up my garden. I've been working on my backyard garden for about 3 years now, and it's become something I'm really passionate about. I grow vegetables, herbs, and flowers, and I spend most of my free time planning, planting, and maintaining everything. My garden isn't huge, but it's well organised and productive. I've got raised beds for different types of plants, a composting system, and even a small greenhouse that I saved up to buy last year. The whole setup represents hundreds of hours of work and probably close to $2,000 in materials and plants. My neighbour Linda has a large dog named Brutus, who's some kind of mixed breed, probably part German Shepherd. Brutus is a friendly dog, but he's energetic and not particularly well trained. Linda works long hours and often leaves Brutus in her backyard while she's away. The problem started about 6 months ago when I noticed that something had been digging holes in my vegetable beds. At first I thought it might be rabbits or some other wild animals, so I installed some basic fencing around the most vulnerable areas. But the digging continued and actually got worse. Entire plants were being uprooted and the holes were getting bigger and more destructive. It became clear that this wasn't random wildlife damage. Something large and persistent was systematically destroying my garden. One morning, I woke up early and looked out my kitchen window to see Brutus in my backyard, enthusiastically digging up my tomato plants. He'd somehow gotten through or around the fence that separates our properties and was treating my garden like his personal playground. I went outside and gently shooed Brutus back to his own yard, then examined the damage. He'd destroyed about a week's worth of careful planting and had dug holes in 3 different raised beds. The mess was going to take hours to clean up and replant. I knocked on Linda's door that evening to let her know what had happened. I tried to be diplomatic about it, explaining that Brutus had gotten into my garden and caused some damage. I asked if she could check her fence for gaps or weak spots where he might be getting through. Linda was apologetic and said she hadn't realised Brutus was escaping from their yard. She promised to inspect the fence and make any necessary repairs to keep him contained. For about a week, things were quiet. I thought Linda had solved the problem and that Brutus was staying in his own space. I started replanting the damaged areas and felt optimistic about getting my garden back on track. But then it happened again. I came home from work to find even more extensive damage than before. Brutus had apparently spent most of the day in my garden, digging multiple large holes and destroying plants I'd been nurturing for months. This time, I was more frustrated when I talked to Linda. I explained that this was the second incident and that the damage was adding up to significant time and money. I asked her what steps she'd taken to secure her fence and prevent future escapes, Linda said she'd looked at the fence but hadn't found any obvious problems. She suggested that maybe Brutus was jumping over it, since he was a large and athletic dog. She promised to look into getting a taller fence, or some other solution. But weeks went by without any changes to Linda's yard or fencing. Meanwhile, Brutus continued to find ways into my garden every few days. Each incident meant more destroyed plants, more clean-up work, and more money spent replacing what he'd ruined. I started documenting the damage with photos and keeping receipts for replacement plants and materials. I also installed a small security camera to capture evidence of Brutus's garden raids. Since Linda seemed skeptical about how much damage was actually occurring, the footage confirmed what I suspected. Brutus was getting into my yard almost daily, sometimes for hours at a time. He wasn't just digging randomly. He seemed to particularly enjoy uprooting newly planted seedlings and destroying the most delicate plants. When I showed Linda the video evidence and my documented damage costs, which had reached over $400, she became defensive. She said that dogs will be dogs, and that I shouldn't expect to maintain a perfect garden when I live next to pet owners. Linda suggested that maybe I should choose more durable plants or install better barriers around my garden beds. She said that trying to keep a dog from acting like a dog wasn't realistic, and that I needed to adapt my gardening to the neighbourhood environment. I was amazed by this response. Linda was essentially saying that her failure to control her pet was my problem to solve, and that I should change my entire gardening approach to accommodate her dog's destructive behaviour. I pointed out that other neighbours managed to keep their pets contained, and that property damage wasn't just something pet owners get to ignore. I asked Linda directly what she planned to do to prevent future incidents. Linda said she'd tried various solutions, but that Brutus was determined to explore, and that keeping him locked up all day wouldn't be fair to him. She suggested that maybe we could work out some kind of compromise where I planted things he was less likely to disturb. The final straw came when I invested in expensive deer fencing around my entire garden perimeter. The fencing cost me almost $300 and took a weekend to install properly. I thought this would finally solve the problem by creating a barrier that even Brutus couldn't breach. 2 days after installing the new fencing, I found Brutus had somehow gotten through it and caused the worst damage yet. He'd destroyed my entire herb section and dug up most of my fall vegetable plantings. The fencing had been torn in several places where he'd apparently forced his way through. When I confronted Linda with photos of the latest destruction, she actually got annoyed with me. She said I was being obsessive about my garden and that I needed to accept that living in a neighbourhood meant dealing with other people's pets occasionally. She then said something that made me realise we were never going to resolve this reasonably. Linda suggested that maybe I should just plant something else that dogs couldn't destroy, like maybe artificial plants or decorative rocks instead of real vegetables and flowers. I told Linda that I was going to file a complaint with animal control about her failure to contain her pet, and that I would be seeking compensation for all the damage Brutus had caused to my property. Linda got angry and said she thought I was being ridiculous and vindictive over some plants. She claimed that threatening to involve authorities was an overreaction, and that neighbours should be able to work things out among themselves. But we'd been trying to work things out for months, and Linda's idea of a solution was for me to give up gardening entirely, rather than for her to properly secure her dog. I ended up having to install a much more expensive and extensive fencing system, and I filed formal complaints with both animal control and the city about ongoing property damage. Linda now barely speaks to me, but at least Brutus hasn't been able to get into my garden since the new barriers went up. The whole situation cost me over $800 in fencing, replacement plants, and repairs, not counting all the time I lost dealing with constant damage. Some people really think pet ownership comes with zero responsibility for controlling their animal's impact on other people's property. That story is over. Suggesting that someone should switch to artificial plants because you can't be bothered to contain your destructive dog is peak neighbour entitlement. Linda basically turned Emily's passion project into an expensive dog park and then acted like the victim when called out on it. Our next story comes from Nathan, who learned that some parents can completely forget important dates while simultaneously broadcasting their memory failures to the entire internet. My mum forgot my birthday 2 years in a row. I'm 26 years old, and I've generally had a good relationship with my parents throughout my life. They're not perfect, but they've always been supportive and involved in important moments. That's why what happened over the past 2 years has been so confusing and hurtful. My birthday is March 15th, which isn't a particularly difficult date to remember. It's not right after Christmas or during a busy holiday season. It's just a regular day in March that I've been celebrating on the same date for 26 consecutive years. 2 years ago, my birthday fell on a Saturday. I wasn't expecting anything elaborate, but I thought my parents would at least call or send a text message to acknowledge the day. I talked to my mum earlier that week about some work stuff, and she hadn't mentioned anything about my upcoming birthday. Saturday came and went without any contact from either of my parents. I kept checking my phone throughout the day, thinking maybe they were planning to call later or that they were busy with weekend activities. By Sunday evening, I was feeling hurt and confused. I decided to call my mum to see if everything was okay. Maybe there had been some kind of family emergency that had distracted them from remembering my birthday. When my mum answered the phone, she sounded completely normal. We talked for about 10 minutes about various family topics before I finally mentioned that she'd missed my birthday the day before. There was this long pause, and then my mum said, "Oh my goodness, was that yesterday? I'm so sorry, honey. I've just been so busy with work lately that I completely lost track of dates." She seemed genuinely apologetic and embarrassed about forgetting. She promised to make it up to me and said we'd plan a belated birthday celebration when I came to visit next. I was disappointed, but I figured it was just a one-time mistake. Everyone has busy periods where important dates slip their mind. My mum had never forgotten my birthday before, so I assumed this was just an unusual oversight. But then the same thing happened again last year. March 15th came and went without any acknowledgement from my parents. This time, I was more hurt than confused because this was now a pattern rather than an isolated incident. When I called my mum the day after my birthday to let her know she'd forgotten again, she was shocked and apologetic. She said she couldn't believe she'd done it twice and that she felt terrible about being such a bad mother. What made both incidents more frustrating was that my parents are generally very good at remembering dates and celebrations. They never forget their anniversary. They always remember my cousins' birthdays, and they're usually on top of planning events for other people's families. My parents are active on social media, constantly posting about their day-to-day activities, family events, and random thoughts throughout the week. The thing that really stung about the second forgotten birthday was what I discovered on Facebook the next day. My mum had posted this long status update about how hard it is to keep track of everyone's important dates and how she feels like a terrible mother when she misses things. The post got dozens of sympathetic comments from friends and family members telling her that she's a wonderful mother and that everyone forgets things sometimes. She was essentially crowdsourcing emotional support for being a bad parent while never actually addressing the issue with me directly. What made it even more frustrating was that my mum posts constantly about other people's birthdays. She never misses my cousins' birthdays, her friends' anniversaries, or even acquaintances' graduation celebrations. She'll write these heartfelt posts about how proud she is of people or how much they mean to the family. But somehow, her own son's birthday has become this impossible date to remember 2 years running. And instead of quietly working to improve her memory or setting reminders for herself, she turned her forgetfulness into a public sympathy campaign. This year, I decided to be proactive. About a month before my birthday, I started dropping hints during our phone conversations. I mentioned how excited I was about turning 27, talked about plans I was considering for the day, and even sent her a calendar invite as a joke. March 15th came around again, and once again, no call, no text, nothing from my parents. By this point, I wasn't even surprised. just resigned to the fact that my birthday apparently on their mental calendar anymore. But them that'd see how no point did she mention my birthday, or acknowledge 20 minutes telling me about her week. Asking doesn't register that she'd miss long it would take them next day. I decided to wait and check in. She spent days later, this time, instead of calling me, pointing it out. 5 their own. I was, and discussing to realise their mistake on Mum, called me for our usual, weekly curious whether they'd notice without about my Jobip. At Arsky family gossed it again. I finally heard directly if she realised what been. There was this long day March 15th, her awkward silence at know what. I donned before she said, "Oh no, not again. I'm so sorry, honey's wrong with me." But Anne's social commitments incident. Later mymed she's this their Facebook about how overwhelmed that same day been with work really bothered me about Mum posted on, and how she sometimes, here's what. The post included, along's losing her mind, trying feels like she'd successfully, events she days, list of all, the birth to keep track of everything, along with photos remembered that month, anniversaries, and special from various celebrations organised. It was like she was proving wasn't mentioned anywhere, social media audience, that she'd attended Ord at remembering important dates. The fact that my birthday to her, very goo her memory ishin. She for forgetting while in this comprehensive list of occasions, just a omrating that she remembered like a deliber, was simultaneously successes felt, else is special, publicly demonstrated. I apologising to me privately, finally decided to address as everyone this pattern directly, instead of continuing to pretend it was just an innocent oversight. I called my mum and told her that forgetting my birthday 3 years in a row, while never missing anyone else's celebrations, was starting to feel intentional. My mum got defensive and said she's been under a lot of stress lately, and that I was being unfair to expect her to remember every single date. She said that birthdays become less important as people get older, and that I should be more understanding of her limitations. When I pointed out that she never forgets other people's birthdays and actively celebrates them on social media, my mum said those were different because other people specifically remind her about their upcoming celebrations. This response revealed that the problem isn't really about her memory at all. It's about the fact that I don't lobby for attention the way other family members do, so my birthday gets deprioritised in her mental calendar. My mum essentially admitted that if I wanted her to remember my birthday, I needed to remind her about it myself, like it was my responsibility to manage her parenting duties. The whole situation has made me realise that some relationships require constant maintenance and self-advocacy, even with people who are supposed to care about you automatically. My mum's social media posts prove she's capable of remembering important dates when she wants to, but apparently my birthday doesn't make the cut unless I personally campaign for it. That story is over. 3 years of forgotten birthdays while posting about everyone else's special occasions on social media shows exactly where someone ranks in their parents' priorities. The fact that she turned her bad parenting into a public sympathy campaign makes it even worse. Our next story comes from Taylor, who had to get creative when dealing with a co-worker's daily theft of packed lunches. My co-worker ate my lunch every day until I spiced it up. I work in a pretty typical office environment with a shared break room that has refrigerators where everyone stores their lunches. Most people are respectful about only eating their own food, but there's always that one person who thinks the office fridge is their personal buffet. For me, that person was Dennis from accounting. Dennis is probably in his 40s, has worked at the company for about 10 years, and apparently believes that any food in the refrigerator is fair game for anyone who's hungry enough. I started noticing my lunches going missing about 3 months ago. At first I thought maybe I'd forgotten to pack something or left it at home by accident. But then it started happening consistently, almost every day. I'd open the fridge at lunchtime to find that my container was either completely gone or had been opened and partially eaten, then put back like nothing had happened. Sometimes Dennis would eat half my sandwich and leave the rest, or he'd finish my pasta and leave the empty container in the fridge. The first few times this happened, I gave people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe someone had grabbed the wrong container by mistake, or maybe there had been some kind of mix-up with similar-looking lunch bags. But it quickly became clear that this wasn't accidental. Dennis was systematically eating other people's lunches, and apparently didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I'd see him heating up food in the microwave that I knew wasn't his, and he'd just act like it was completely normal. I started labeling my food containers with my name in big letters, thinking that would solve the problem. But Dennis continued eating my lunches, even when they were clearly marked as belonging to someone else. When I confronted him about it directly, Dennis acted like I was being unreasonable. He said that food goes bad if it sits in the refrigerator too long, and that he was actually doing people a favour by eating it before it spoiled. Dennis claimed that in his previous office everyone shared food freely and that people were too uptight about ownership of refrigerator contents. He said that bringing lunch to work was basically making it available to the whole team. I tried explaining to Dennis that people budget for their own meals and that taking someone else's food without permission was stealing, regardless of how he wanted to frame it. But he just laughed and said I was being dramatic about some leftovers. The situation got worse when I realised Dennis wasn't just targeting my lunches. He was eating food belonging to multiple people in the office, and everyone was getting frustrated with the ongoing theft. Some of my co-workers had started keeping their lunches at their desks instead of in the refrigerator, but that meant eating warm sandwiches and room temperature salads. Others had given up bringing lunch entirely and were spending money on takeout instead. I decided to take a different approach to the Dennis problem. Instead of continuing to complain or trying to hide my food, I was going to make lunch theft a much less appealing option. I spent that weekend at the grocery store looking for the spiciest hot sauce I could find. I ended up buying this ghost pepper sauce that came with warning labels about handling it carefully and not getting it near your eyes. Monday morning, I made my usual turkey sandwich for lunch, but I added a generous amount of the ghost pepper sauce to the inside where it wouldn't be visible from the outside. I packed it in my normal container with my name clearly labelled and put it in the office refrigerator. Around noon, I was sitting at my desk when I heard this commotion coming from the break room. Someone was coughing and making choking sounds, and I could hear water running and cabinet doors slamming. I walked over to investigate and found Dennis standing at the sink, frantically drinking water and splashing it on his face. His eyes were watering, his face was bright red, and he was making these gasping sounds like he couldn't catch his breath. My sandwich container was sitting on the counter, opened, with one bite taken out of the sandwich. It was pretty clear what had happened. Dennis looked up at me, with tears streaming down his face, and started yelling about how I'd poisoned his food. He said I was trying to kill him and that he was going to report me to HR for creating a dangerous work environment. I calmly explained to Dennis that he was experiencing the effects of eating my lunch without permission, and that the spicy sauce was intended for my own consumption, not his. I pointed out that my name was clearly labelled on the container and that he had no business eating food that belonged to him. Dennis continued that didn't ranting about food safety and workplace hazards while gulping down milk that someone had brought him from the refrigerator. He claimed that putting spicy food in the office fridge was a trap designed to hurt innocent people. I asked Dennis what innocent people would be eating clearly labelled food that belonged to someone else, and he didn't have a good answer for that question. Several other co-workers had gathered in the break room during this commotion, and they were trying not to laugh at Dennis's dramatic reaction to getting caught stealing lunches. Everyone knew about his food theft habits, so there wasn't much sympathy for his current predicament. Dennis ended up going home sick for the rest of the day, claiming that the spicy food had made him too ill to work. He sent an email to our supervisor saying that I had deliberately contaminated food in the office refrigerator, and that action needed to be taken. When our supervisor asked me about the incident, I explained that I'd simply brought a spicy lunch to work for my own consumption, and that Dennis had eaten it without permission. I showed her the hot sauce bottle and pointed out that it was normal food, just spicier than Dennis had expected. Our supervisor was more concerned about Dennis's pattern of eating other people's food than she was about my choice to bring spicy sandwiches to work. She said that food theft had been an ongoing issue and that this incident proved Dennis needed to start respecting other people's property. Dennis was given a formal warning about taking food that didn't belong to him, and he was required to reimburse several co-workers for lunches he'd stolen over the past few months. The ghost pepper sandwich incident became legendary in our office. People still talk about it months later, and Dennis has never touched anyone else's food since then. He now brings his own lunch every day and keeps it clearly separated from everyone else's containers. I've gone back to bringing normal lunches without extra spice, but I keep the ghost pepper sauce in my desk drawer as a reminder of what happens when someone pushes office food thieves too far. The whole experience taught me that sometimes the best way to deal with people who won't respect boundaries is to make boundary violations extremely unpleasant for them. That story is over. Nothing says consequences like a ghost pepper sandwich to the face of a serial lunch thief. Dennis learned that day that other people's food comes with risks when you don't have permission to eat it. Our next story comes from Zach, who discovered that some friends have very interesting interpretations of personal responsibility when they borrow your car. My friend borrowed my car and got it towed, then asked me to pay the fine because it's technically your car. This happened about 2 months ago, and I'm still amazed by the level of mental gymnastics my friend used to avoid taking responsibility for his own mistakes. My friend Kevin had been having car trouble for weeks. His old Honda had been making weird noises, and so he'd been reeled occasionally, wouldn't start, being on rides from friends and family members to get around while he saved money for repairs. Kevin asked if he could borrow my car for a job interview across town. It was a Tuesday morning. I didn't need my car that day, since I was working from home, so I agreed to let him use it, and told him to I gave him my keys, text me when he was done. The interview was supposed to last about an hour, and Kevin had said he'd return the car by early afternoon. But afternoon came and went without any word from Kevin, and he wasn't answering his phone when I tried to call him. By evening I was starting to get worried. Either something had happened to Kevin or something had happened to my car. Either possibility was concerning, since I needed the car for work the next morning. Around 9 o'clock that night, Kevin finally called me back. He sounded stressed and started the conversation by saying he had some bad news about my car. My heart sank, thinking he'd been in an accident or the car had broken down somewhere, but what Kevin told me was somehow worse than a mechanical breakdown. He explained that after his job interview, he'd decided to meet some friends for lunch downtown. He'd parked on a side street and apparently hadn't paid attention to the parking signs. When Kevin came back to where he'd left my car, it was gone. He'd parked in a spot that was designated for permit holders only during certain hours, and the car had been towed by the city. Kevin had spent the rest of the day figuring out which impound lot my car had been taken to and dealing with the bureaucracy of getting information about towing fees and retrieval procedures. I was frustrated that Kevin had used my car for activities beyond what we'd agreed on, but I was mostly just relieved that there hadn't been an accident. I told Kevin to give me the impound lot information, and I'd handle getting my car back. That's when Kevin said something that made my jaw drop. He said that since it was technically my car that got towed, I should be the one to pay the impound fees. He claimed that the T basically something that had happened to my property, not something he was responsible for. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Kevin had borrowed my car, used it for unauthorized activities, parked it illegally, and now wanted me to pay the consequences of his poor decisions. When I pointed out that the car had only been towed because of where he chose to park it, Kevin said that was irrelevant. He argued that impound fees are charged to the vehicle owner, not to whoever was driving at the time. Kevin seemed to genuinely believe that this technicality absolved him of any financial responsibility for getting my car towed. In his mind, Since my name was on the registration, the towing fee was automatically my problem to handle. I explained to Kevin that borrowing someone's car comes with the responsibility to return it in the same condition you received it. If you get it towed through your own negligence, you're responsible for the costs associated with retrieving it. But Kevin disagreed with this basic principle of borrowing etiquette. He said that unexpected expenses related to someone else's property weren't his responsibility, even if his actions had caused those expenses. Kevin also tried to argue that he'd been doing me a favour by dealing with the impound lot paperwork and tracking down my car's location. He acted like I should be grateful for his detective work rather than angry about the situation he'd created. The impound fees totaled almost $300, including towing, daily storage charges, and administrative costs. This was a significant expense that I hadn't budgeted for, especially since it was completely avoidable. I told Kevin that I expected him to pay the impound fees since his illegal parking had caused the problem. Kevin said he couldn't afford that kind of expense right now, and that it wasn't fair to expect him to pay fees associated with someone else's vehicle. The conversation got heated when Kevin suggested that this was just one of the risks of lending your car to friends. He said that if I wasn't prepared to handle potential expenses, I shouldn't have agreed to let him borrow the car in the first place. This argument was incredible to me. Kevin was essentially saying that car owners who lend their vehicles should expect to pay for any mistakes made by the borrowers, as if personal responsibility disappeared the moment someone got behind the wheel of a borrowed car. I ended up having to pay the impound fees myself because I needed my car back for work, and Kevin claimed he didn't have the money to reimburse me. He promised to pay me back gradually, but that was over 2 months ago and I haven't seen a penny. The whole experience taught me that some people will go to extraordinary lengths to avoid taking responsibility for their own actions. Kevin managed to convince himself that getting my car towed was somehow my fault for owning a car that could be towed. I've since learned that Kevin has a pattern of this kind of behaviour. Other friends have told me stories about him borrowing things and then finding creative ways to avoid responsibility when something goes wrong. Kevin and I aren't really friends anymore. Someone who thinks that borrowing your car means you're responsible for their parking tickets isn't someone you can trust with anything important. The most frustrating part is that Kevin still doesn't understand why I'm upset with him. He continues to act like the impound situation was just bad luck, rather than the predictable consequence of his decision to park illegally in a borrowed vehicle. That story's over. The mental gymnastics required to borrow someone's car, get it towed through your own negligence, and then claim the owner should pay, because it's technically their property is truly Olympic-level delusion. Kevin really thought he'd found the perfect legal loophole to avoid consequences. Our next story comes from Megan, who learned that sometimes the most meaningful relationships happen in the most unexpected places. My grandma left her entire estate to the mailman. This happened about 6 months ago when my grandmother passed away, and the family drama that followed has been unlike anything I've ever experienced. My grandma, Dorothy, lived alone in the same house for 40 years after my grandfather died. She was fiercely independent well into her 80s, maintaining her own garden, cooking her own meals, and managing her own affairs despite our family's repeated offers to help her with various tasks. Dorothy was always polite but distant with most of the family. She'd attend holiday gatherings and birthday parties, but she never seemed particularly of her close to any children or grandchildren. She was the type of person who kept her emotions private and didn't share much about her daily life or personal thoughts. What we didn't realise was that Dorothy had developed a genuine friendship with her mail carrier, a man named Robert who had been delivering to her route for about 8 years. Robert was probably in his 50s, divorced, and apparently had been going above and beyond normal postal service duties to help Dorothy with various tasks. The first sign that something unusual was happening came when Dorothy mentioned Robert during casual family conversations. She'd talk about how helpful he was, how he'd noticed when she hadn't picked up her mail for a few days, or how he'd helped her carry heavy packages to her front door. Initially, the family thought it was sweet that Dorothy had developed a friendly relationship with her mailman. We were glad she had some social interaction during the week, especially since she lived alone and didn't get out much anymore. But Dorothy's mentions of Robert became more frequent over the months leading up to her death. She'd talk about conversations they'd had about gardening, or how Robert had recommended a good handyman for some repairs she needed done around the house. Dorothy also started mentioning that Robert would sometimes check on her when he noticed she hadn't brought in her mail or newspapers. She said it made her feel safer, knowing that someone was paying attention to whether she was okay. When Dorothy died peacefully in her sleep last winter, the family was sad but not surprised. She'd been in declining health for several months, and we'd all been preparing for the possibility that she might not have much time left. The funeral was small and quiet, exactly the kind of service Dorothy would have wanted. Robert the mailman was there, which we thought was a nice gesture from someone who'd known Dorothy through his work route. About 2 weeks after the funeral, the family gathered at Dorothy's house to start going through her belongings and figure out what to do with her property. We assumed that her estate would be divided among her 3 children, as is typical in these situations. That's when Dorothy's lawyered us with contact news that no one was prepared for. Dorothy had updated her will about 6 months before she died, and she'd left her entire estate to Robert the mailman. Not just a small token of appreciation, but everything. Her house, her savings accounts, her investments, her car, all of her personal belongings. The total value was approximately $400,000. The family was shocked. Dorothy had never mentioned changing her will or having any intention of leaving her estate to someone outside the family. We couldn't understand how a casual friendship with a mail carrier had developed into this level of financial commitment. Dorothy's children were devastated and angry. They felt like Robert had somehow manipulated their mother into changing her will, possibly taking advantage of her age or loneliness to influence her financial decisions. But when we talked to Robert directly, a different picture emerged. He explained that his relationship with Dorothy had evolved far beyond typical mail delivery over the years. He'd been helping her with grocery shopping when she couldn't drive anymore, doing minor maintenance tasks around her house, and checking on her welfare regularly. Robert said that Dorothy had been like a second mother to him, especially after his own divorce, when he'd been going through a difficult time. She'd invited him in for coffee after his mail route, listened to his problems, and provided the kind of emotional support he hadn't been getting anywhere else. According to Robert, Dorothy had been worried about what would happen to her house and belongings after she died. She told him that her children lived far away and were busy with their own lives, and she wasn't sure they'd appreciate the home and garden she'd spent decades maintaining. Dorothy had apparently observed that her family members visited infrequently and seemed more interested in her health status than in spending time with her as a person. She felt like they were waiting for her to die rather than enjoying whatever time they had left together. Robert, on the other hand, had been a constant presence in Dorothy's life. He'd noticed when she was having bad days, celebrated when she was feeling well, and treated her like a friend rather than an obligation. The will Dorothy had written included a letter explaining her decision. She wrote that Robert had shown her more genuine care and attention than anyone else in her final years, and that she wanted her estate to go to someone who had truly enriched her life. Dorothy also wrote that she hoped her family would understand that love and inheritance aren't always the same thing, and that she was choosing to reward the person who had made her feel valued and cared for during her most vulnerable time. The family contested the will, claiming that Dorothy hadn't been mentally competent when she made the changes, or that Robert had unduly influenced her decision. But Dorothy's lawyer had documentation proving that she'd been thoroughly evaluated and was completely lucid when she updated her estate planning. The legal battle went on for months, with family members hiring investigators to look into Robert's relationship with Dorothy and whether there had been any improper financial arrangements between them. But everything checked out. Robert had never asked Dorothy for money, never borrowed anything from her, and had actually spent his own money helping her with various needs. He'd been genuinely caring for Dorothy out of friendship, not financial motivation. The court ultimately upheld Dorothy's will, and Robert inherited her entire estate. He's since moved into Dorothy's house and has been maintaining her garden exactly the way she would have wanted. Robert invited the family to visit anytime and said he wanted to preserve Dorothy's memory by keeping her home the way she'd loved it. But most of the family members are too bitter about the inheritance situation to accept his olive branch. The whole experience taught me that sometimes the most meaningful relationships develop in the most ordinary circumstances. Dorothy found more genuine companionship with her mail carrier than she'd experienced with her own family, and she rewarded that friendship accordingly. It also showed me how assumptions about family obligations can blind us to what people actually need. Dorothy's children thought they were being appropriately dutiful by checking on her health and attending family gatherings, but they missed the fact that she was lonely and craving real connection. Robert didn't inherit Dorothy's money because he manipulated her. He inherited it because he treated her like a person worth caring about, and she recognized the difference between obligation and genuine affection. That story is over. Sometimes the people who matter most in someone's life are the ones who show up consistently with genuine care, not the ones who share DNA. Dorothy knew the difference between duty visits and real friendship, and she left her legacy accordingly. Our next story comes from Dylan, who discovered that some ex-partners will use your family photos in the most creative and disturbing ways possible after a breakup. My ex used my family photos to catfish people. This happened about 4 months ago, still dealing with the aftermath of discovering just how far someone will go to create a fake online persona. My ex-boyfriend Trevor and I dated for about 2 years before breaking up last spring. The relationship had run its course, and while the breakup wasn't particularly nasty, it wasn't exactly friendly either. We'd grown apart, had different life goals, and decided it was better to end things than continue pretending we were compatible. Trevor had always been somewhat obsessed with social media and online dating. Even while we were together, he'd spend hours scrolling through various apps and websites, always checking out what other people were doing or saying. I thought it was a little excessive, but everyone has their digital habits. After we broke up, I blocked Trevor on most social media platforms because I didn't want to see updates about his life or have him monitoring what I was doing. I figured a clean break was better than maintaining some awkward digital connection that would prevent both of us from moving on. About 2 months after our breakup, I started getting weird messages from strangers on various platforms. People would reach out saying they thought they recognized me from dating websites, or asking if I was related to someone they'd been talking to online. At first, I assumed these were just cases of mistaken identity. Maybe I had a doppelganger somewhere who was active on dating sites, but the messages kept coming, and they were getting more specific and concerning. Someone sent me screenshots of a dating profile that was using photos of my family members. The profile belonged to a guy who claimed to be named Marcus, but the pictures showed my mom, my sister, and various shots from family gatherings that Trevor had access to when we were dating. The profile was elaborate and completely fabricated. Marcus claimed to be a successful entrepreneur with a close-knit family who loved outdoor adventures and holiday celebrations. Every photo on the profile was cropped or edited to remove me from family pictures, making it look like Trevor was actually part of my family. He'd used photos from my sister's graduation, my mum's birthday party, family camping trips, and holiday dinners. In each picture, I had been carefully removed through photo editing, leaving Trevor looking like he belonged in these family moments that had nothing to do with him. The most disturbing part was how convincing the whole thing looked. Trevor had taken candid photos of my family members that I'd shared with him during our relationship, and was now using them to create this fake persona for online dating. When I looked deeper into the profile, I found that Trevor had been using these photos to have extensive conversations with multiple women. He'd built this entire fictional backstory using my family as props, telling stories about his sister's college success or his mum's cooking skills. I screenshot everything and called Trevor immediately to confront him about what I'd discovered. At first, he denied that the profile was his, claiming someone else must have been using his photos along with pictures of my family. But when I pointed out specific details about the fake backstory that only he would know about my family members, Trevor eventually admitted that he'd created the dating profile. He tried to downplay it as harmless online dating strategy. Trevor claimed that using my family photos wasn't a big deal because we weren't together anymore, and the pictures were just sitting on his phone anyway. He said he needed convincing family photos to make his dating profile more appealing, and mine were the best ones he had access to. I was horrified by his casual attitude about using my family members' images to catfish strangers. I explained that this was a serious violation of their privacy and potentially illegal, depending on how he was using the photos and what claims he was making. Trevor got defensive and said that online dating was competitive and that everyone embellishes their profiles with borrowed content. He claimed that using family photos from past relationships was a common practice that helped people present themselves better to potential matches. When I demanded that he delete the profile immediately, Trevor said he'd put too much work into building up his matches and conversations to start over with different photos. He actually argued that deleting the profile would be wasteful after all the effort he'd put into it. I told Trevor that if he didn't delete every trace of my family members from his online dating presence, I would report him to the platforms and potentially pursue legal action for using their images without consent. Trevor finally agreed to remove the photos, but not before complaining that I was being vindictive and making it unnecessarily difficult for him to find new relationships. He acted like I was the problem for objecting to his unauthorized use of my family's pictures. Over the next few weeks, I had to contact multiple dating platforms to report the fake profiles and request that the photos be removed. Some sites were responsive and helpful, while others required extensive documentation to prove that the images were being used without permission. The most challenging part was explaining the situation to my family members. I had to tell my mum and sister that their photos were being used by my ex-boyfriend to create fake dating profiles, and that strangers on the internet had been seeing their pictures and believing they were part of Trevor's family. My family was understandably upset about having their privacy violated in such a personal way. My sister was particularly disturbed because Trevor had used several photos of her from personal celebrations, making it look like they had some kind of relationship. We ended up having to reverse image search all of our family photos to see if Trevor had used them anywhere else online. The process was time-consuming and stressful, especially not knowing how extensively he'd spread our images across various platforms. I also had to warn several family members to be careful about what photos they posted publicly, since Trevor apparently had no qualms about stealing personal images for his own purposes. The whole situation made everyone more cautious about sharing family moments online. The worst part was discovering that some of the women Trevor had been talking to had developed genuine feelings for this fake version of him. They'd been charmed by stories about his loving family and impressed by the close relationships he appeared to have with his relatives. When these women found out that Trevor had been lying about his entire family situation, they felt betrayed and manipulated. Several of them reached out to me to apologize for unknowingly participating in his deception and to express their disgust with his behavior. Trevor never apologized for violating my family's privacy or for the stress and embarrassment his actions caused. Even after removing the photos, he continued to act like his behavior had been reasonable and that I was overreacting to a minor social media issue. The experience taught me how important it is to be careful about what personal photos you share with romantic partners, even when the relationship seems stable and trustworthy. People can use intimate family images in ways you never imagine once the relationship ends. It also showed me how easy it is for someone to construct an elaborate fake identity online using other people's real photos and experiences. Trevor had essentially stolen my family's identity to make himself more attractive to potential dates, with no concern for the consequences or ethical implications. That story is over. Using your ex's family photos to catfish strangers online is the kind of violation that makes you question everything you thought you knew about someone. Trevor basically turned innocent family memories into props for his elaborate dating scam. Our next story comes from Lauren, who learned that some bosses have very creative interpretations of what constitutes appropriate employee dedication. My boss fired me for taking my legally approved day off. I work as a customer service representative for a mid-sized insurance company, and I'd been with the company for about 18 months when this situation occurred. I'd always had a good relationship with my supervisor, Patricia, and had never had any disciplinary issues or complaints about my work performance. About 2 months ago, I requested a personal day off to attend my cousin's wedding. The wedding was on a Friday, and I submitted my time off request 3 weeks in advance, following all company procedures for advance notice. Patricia approved my request without any issues. She signed the paperwork, confirmed that my shift would be covered by another employee, and told me to have a good time at the wedding. Everything seemed completely routine and professional. The wedding was important to me because my cousin and I had grown up together and remained close throughout our adult lives. She'd asked me to be in the wedding party, so missing the ceremony wasn't really an option. On the Thursday, before my approved day off, Patricia called me into her office for what I thought would be a routine check-in. Instead, she told me that she'd been thinking about my vacation request and wasn't comfortable with me taking the day off anymore. Patricia explained that Friday was typically a busy day for customer service calls and that she'd realised the office would be short-staffed if I wasn't there. She said she needed me to cancel my plans and come to work as scheduled. I reminded Patricia that she'd already approved my request weeks ago and that I'd made non-refundable commitments based on that approval. I'd bought a bridesmaid dress, booked travel arrangements, and committed to wedding responsibilities that couldn't be changed at the last minute. Patricia said she understood that I'd made plans, but that work commitments had to take priority over personal activities. She claimed that being a dedicated employee meant being flexible when the company needed you, even if it meant sacrificing personal time. I explained that this wasn't just any personal activity, but a family wedding where I had specific responsibilities as a member of the wedding party. I also pointed out that the company policy clearly stated that approved time off could only be revoked in cases of genuine emergency. Patricia got annoyed and said that I was being inflexible and showing poor judgment about priorities. She claimed that truly committed employees would find a way to reschedule personal obligations when work needs arose. When I asked what constituted the emergency that would justify revoking my approved time off, Patricia said that being short-staffed on a busy day was emergency enough. She couldn't provide any specific crisis or unusual circumstances that made this particular Friday different from any other busy day. I stood firm and told Patricia that I would not be coming to work on Friday as originally scheduled, since I'd received advance approval for the time off and had made commitments based on that approval. Patricia warned me that refusing to come to work when requested could result in disciplinary action. She said that my attitude was concerning and that I needed to reconsider my priorities if I wanted to continue working for the company. I took my approved day off and attended my cousin's wedding. It was a beautiful ceremony, and I was glad I'd stood my ground about honouring my commitment to be there for such an important family milestone. When I returned to work the following Monday, Patricia called me into her office first thing in the morning. She had a termination letter ready and informed me that I was being fired for insubordination and failure to prioritise work responsibilities. According to the termination paperwork, I had refused a direct order to come to work and had shown a pattern of putting personal interests ahead of company needs. Patricia claimed that my absence on Friday had created operational difficulties that could have been avoided if I'd been more cooperative. I was shocked by this turn of events. I'd followed all company procedures for requesting time off, received proper approval, and used the time exactly as I'd indicated on my original request. There was no insubordination or policy violation involved. When I asked Patricia to explain how using approved vacation time constituted grounds for termination, she said that the approval had been contingent on work needs, and that those needs had changed after the original approval was granted. This was completely false. The original approval had no conditions or contingencies attached to it, and Patricia had never mentioned any possibility that the time off might need to be revoked based on changing circumstances. I requested a meeting with Human Resources to discuss the termination and appeal what I believed was an unjust firing. The HR representative reviewed my file and confirmed that I'd followed all proper procedures for requesting time off and had no history of attendance issues. When HR asked Patricia to justify the termination, she repeated her claims about insubordination and poor priorities, but she couldn't provide any documentation of prior warnings, performance issues, or policy violations that would support such drastic disciplinary action. The HR representative also noted that the company policy clearly protected employees' rights to use approved vacation time, and that revoking approval at the last minute was only permissible under specific emergency circumstances that Patricia couldn't demonstrate. After reviewing the situation, HR determined that my termination had been unjustified and offered to reinstate me with back pay for the time I'd been out of work. They also indicated that Patricia would receive additional training on proper vacation approval procedures. However, I decided not to return to work for Patricia after she demonstrated such poor judgment and vindictive behaviour. I didn't want to continue working for someone who would fire me for using legally approved time off, especially when the firing was clearly retaliatory. I used the wrongful termination as leverage to negotiate a severance package and positive references for future job searches. The company was eager to resolve the situation quietly rather than risk any legal complications from Patricia's inappropriate actions. Patricia was apparently counselled about proper management practices and the importance of honouring approved vacation requests. But I heard through former co-workers that she continued to create problems for other employees who tried to use their vacation time. The whole experience taught me how important it is to work for managers who respect basic employment laws and employee rights. Patricia's attempt to revoke my approved time off and then fire me for using it showed a fundamental misunderstanding of how proper supervision works. It also reinforced my belief that some supervisors abuse their authority by trying to control employees' personal lives and family commitments. Patricia seemed to think that being a boss gave her the right to override legal protections for worker time off. That story is over. Firing someone for using legally approved vacation time and then claiming it shows lack of commitment is the kind of management behaviour that creates wrongful termination lawsuits. Patricia learned the hard way that approved time off means approved, not conditionally maybe, if I feel like it later. Our next story comes from Katie, who discovered that some friends have very loose definitions of borrowing when it comes to once-in-a-lifetime occasions. My friend's wedding dress was actually mine. This happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still trying to process how someone could take something so personal and meaningful without any intention of returning it. My friend Madison and I had been close since college, and when she got engaged last year, I was genuinely excited for her. She'd been dating her fiancé for several years, and they seemed really happy together. When Madison asked me to be one of her bridesmaids, I was honoured to be included in such an important day. About 6 months before Madison's wedding, I'd been doing some spring cleaning and came across my own wedding dress from when I got married 3 years earlier. The dress was beautiful and had been expensive, but I'd been keeping it in storage since my wedding day, without any clear plan for what to do with it. The dress was in perfect condition, professionally cleaned and preserved, but I knew I'd probably never wear it again. I'd been considering selling it or donating it to one of those organisations that provides dresses for brides who can't afford them. During one of our wedding planning conversations, Madison mentioned that she was having trouble finding a dress within her budget. She'd been looking at various options, but hadn't found anything that felt right, and the cost of wedding dresses was making it difficult to find something within her price range. When I mentioned that I had my own wedding dress sitting in storage, Madison immediately perked up. She asked if she could see it, maybe just to get ideas for what styles might work for her own wedding. I brought the dress over to Madison's apartment the next weekend, and when she tried it on, it fit her perfectly. The style was exactly what she'd been looking for, and she looked absolutely stunning in it. I could see how much she loved wearing it. Madison asked if there was any possibility that she could borrow the dress for her wedding day. She explained that it would save her thousands of dollars that she could use for other wedding expenses, and she promised to take excellent care of it and return it immediately after the ceremony. I was hesitant at first because wedding dresses are so personal and meaningful, but Madison was one of my closest friends, and I knew how much financial stress she was under while planning her wedding. The dress was just sitting in my closet anyway, and it seemed wasteful to let it go unused when it could make someone else's special day perfect. After thinking about it for a few days, I agreed to let Madison borrow my wedding dress. I told her she could use it for her ceremony, but I wanted it back afterward because of the sentimental value. Madison was incredibly grateful and promised to treat the dress like it was her own precious heirloom. About a month before Madison's wedding, she asked if she could take the dress to have some minor alterations done. The fit was almost perfect, but she wanted to have the length adjusted and maybe take in the waist slightly. This seemed reasonable, so I agreed to let her take it to her seamstress. Madison's wedding day arrived, and the ceremony was beautiful. She looked absolutely radiant in my dress, and I felt proud that I'd been able to help make her day so special. Several people commented on how stunning her dress was, and Madison glowed with happiness throughout the entire celebration. After the wedding, I expected Madison to return the dress within a few weeks, once she'd had time to recover from the wedding and honeymoon. But weeks turned into months, and every time I asked about getting my dress back, Madison had some excuse about why she couldn't return it yet. First, she said she needed to have it professionally cleaned, which made sense. Then she said the cleaning was taking longer than expected. Then she said she was waiting for a special preservation box to store it properly before returning it to me. After about 3 months of these delays, I started getting more insistent about wanting my dress back. Madison kept assuring me that she'd return it soon, but her timeline kept shifting and her excuses became more elaborate. Finally, I decided to be direct and told Madison that I needed my wedding dress back by the end of the week. I explained that while I was happy to have helped her on her wedding day, the dress belonged to me and had significant sentimental value. That's when Madison dropped a bombshell that I never saw coming. She said she'd decided to keep the dress because it was now part of her wedding memories too, and that sharing ownership would be a beautiful symbol of our friendship. Madison claimed that since she'd worn the dress on her wedding day, it was now equally meaningful to both of us. She suggested that we could take turns keeping it, or maybe display it somewhere where both families could appreciate it. I was stunned by this logic. The fact that Madison had worn my dress to her wedding didn't give her any ownership rights to it. I'd lent it to her as a favour, not as a gift, and I'd been clear from the beginning that I wanted it returned. When I reminded Madison that she promised to return the dress after her wedding, she said that was before she understood how emotionally attached she'd become to it during her special day. She claimed that asking her to give up something so connected to her wedding memories was cruel and unfair. Madison also argued that I'd already had my turn wearing the dress for my own wedding, and that it was selfish of me to want it back when it could continue creating happy memories for other people. This argument was completely insane. The dress was mine, purchased with my money for my wedding. The fact that I generously allowed Madison to borrow it didn't transfer ownership to her, regardless of how attached she'd become to it. I told Madison that I expected my dress back immediately, and that if she didn't return it voluntarily, I would take legal action to recover my property. Madison got angry and said she couldn't believe I was threatening to sue her over a piece of fabric. She claimed that the dress meant more to her now than it did to me, since I'd been keeping it in storage anyway. She said that if I really cared about the dress, I wouldn't have been willing to lend it out in the first place. Madison also tried to guilt me by saying that fighting over the dress would ruin our friendship and taint the beautiful memory of her wedding day. She acted like I was the one being unreasonable for wanting my own property returned. The situation escalated when I discovered that Madison had already had the dress altered significantly beyond the minor adjustments she'd mentioned. She'd changed the neckline, removed some of the original beading, and modified the silhouette to better match her personal style preferences. When I confronted Madison about these unauthorized alterations, she said she'd needed to make the dress truly hers in order to feel comfortable wearing it on her wedding day. She claimed that the changes had actually improved the dress and increased its value. I was devastated to learn that Madison had permanently altered my wedding dress without permission. Even if I eventually got it back, it would no longer be the same dress I'd worn on my own wedding day. Madison seemed to think that improving the dress gave her a stronger claim to ownership. She argued that she'd invested time and money into the alterations, and that this created a kind of joint ownership situation. I ended up having to hire a lawyer to send Madison a formal demand letter for the return of my property. The legal pressure finally convinced her to give back the dress, but by then our friendship was completely destroyed. When I finally got my wedding dress back, I barely recognized it. Madison's alterations had changed almost everything about the original design, turning it into something that looked nothing like the dress I'd treasured from my own wedding day. The whole experience taught me that some people will take advantage of generosity and then create elaborate justifications for keeping things that don't belong to them. Madison turned a simple favour into theft by convincing herself that wearing my dress gave her ownership rights. I've since learned that Madison has a pattern of this behaviour. Other friends have told me stories about lending her things that she never returned, always with creative explanations about why she deserved to keep them. That story is over. Borrowing someone's wedding dress and then claiming joint ownership because you formed emotional memories while wearing it is the kind of logic that would make a kindergarten teacher weep. Some people really think that wanting something badly enough creates a legal right to keep it. Our next story comes from Chris, who came home from a business trip to discover that his neighbour had developed some very entrepreneurial ideas about temporarily giveaways. My neighbour tried to sell my car while I was away. I travel for work about once a month, usually gone for 4 or 5 days at a time. My house sits on a quiet residential street where everyone generally minds their own business and respects each other's property. My neighbour Frank lives in the house directly next to mine. He's probably in his late 50s, retired from some kind of sales job, and has always struck me as the type of person who's constantly looking for ways to make a quick buck. Frank and I have had a cordial but distant relationship over the 3 years I've lived here. We wave when we see each other, occasionally chat about the weather or neighbourhood happenings, but we've never been what you'd call close friends. Last month, I had to travel to Denver for a week-long conference. I parked my car in my driveway like I always do when I travel, figuring it would be safer there than sitting at the airport parking garage for an extended period. My car is a 2019 Honda Civic that I bought used about 2 years ago. It's in good condition, reliable, and exactly the kind of vehicle that would appeal to someone looking for affordable, dependable transportation. On the 3rd day of my trip, I got a phone call from my other neighbour, Mrs. Patterson, who lives across the street. She sounded confused and a little concerned when she asked me if I was selling my car. I told her I definitely wasn't selling my car and asked why she thought I might be. Mrs. Patterson explained that there had been people coming to look at my car all morning and that Frank had been showing it to them and discussing prices. My heart started racing as I realised what was happening. Frank was apparently trying to sell my car while I was out of town, using my absence as an opportunity to conduct unauthorised sales meetings in my own driveway. I immediately called Frank's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I left several increasingly frantic messages demanding that he explain what was going on and why people were looking at my car. When Frank finally called me back several hours later, he acted like nothing unusual had happened. He said he'd noticed my car sitting in the driveway for several days and figured I might be interested in selling it. I told Frank that I was travelling for work and that under no circumstances was my car for sale. I asked him how he could possibly think it was appropriate to show my vehicle to potential buyers without my knowledge or permission. Frank claimed that he was just trying to help me out by testing the market interest. He said he'd posted an ad online describing my car and had been surprised by how many people responded wanting to see it. When I demanded that Frank remove any advertisements and stop showing my car to strangers, he got defensive. He said he'd already invested time and effort into marketing the vehicle and that it seemed wasteful to abandon the process when there were serious buyers interested. Frank actually suggested that we split any profits from selling the car, since he'd done all the work of advertising and showing it to potential customers. He seemed to genuinely believe that his unauthorized sales efforts entitled him to a commission. I told Frank that he had absolutely no right to sell or advertise my property, and that if I came home to find my car missing, I would immediately report it as stolen and have him arrested. Frank got annoyed and said I was being unreasonable and ungrateful. He claimed that he was doing me a favour by handling the sales process, and that most people would appreciate having someone take care of such a tedious task. The next day, Mrs. Patterson called me again to report that Frank had continued showing my car to people despite our conversation. She said she'd seen at least 3 different groups of potential buyers examining the vehicle and taking photos. I was furious and panicked. I was stuck in Denver for 2 more days, and Frank was apparently conducting a full-scale car sale operation using my property without any legal authority to do so. I called the local police department and explained the situation. The officer I spoke with said it was definitely a case of unauthorized use of someone else's property and that they'd send someone to talk to Frank about ceasing his sales activities. When the police contacted Frank, he apparently told them that he'd been given verbal permission to sell the car and that this was all a misunderstanding between neighbours. He claimed that I'd changed my mind about the sale and was now trying to back out of our agreement. Fortunately, Mrs. Patterson had been documenting Frank's activities and was able to provide the police with testimony about the unauthorised nature of his car-showing enterprise. She'd also taken photos of the various people examining my vehicle. The police told Frank that he needed to immediately stop all sales activities related to my car and remove any online advertisements he'd posted. They also warned him that continuing to show the car to buyers could result in charges related to theft or fraud. When I finally got home from my trip, I found business cards and contact information from potential buyers scattered around my car. Frank had apparently been giving people my phone number and encouraging them to call with offers. My voicemail was full of messages from strangers asking about test drives, financing options, and whether I'd accept cash offers below my asking price. I had to spend hours calling these people back to explain that my car had never been for sale. The most disturbing discovery was that Frank had actually accepted a deposit from one potential buyer. He'd taken $500 from someone who thought they were securing the right to purchase my car, and he'd told them they could pick it up the following weekend. When I confronted Frank about the deposit, he said he'd been planning to surprise me with a firm sale and that the buyer had insisted on putting money down to hold the car. He acted like this was a normal business practice that I should appreciate. I demanded that Frank return the deposit money to the buyer immediately and explain that the car had never been legitimately for sale. Frank complained that this would make him look dishonest and damage his reputation with potential customers. The buyer was understandably angry when Frank had to return the deposit and explain that he'd never actually had permission to sell the car. The person threatened to report Frank for fraud and warned other potential buyers about his deceptive practices. Frank eventually stopped his unauthorized car sales activities, but he never apologized for the stress and confusion he'd caused. He continued to act like he'd been doing me a favor, and that I was ungrateful for not appreciating his entrepreneurial efforts. The whole experience made me realize that some people will see any temporarily unattended property as an opportunity for profit. Frank had turned my work travel into his personal business venture without any regard for legality or basic decency. I've since installed security cameras around my property and made arrangements with Mrs. Patterson to keep a closer eye on things when I travel. I also park my car in the garage now when I'm going to be away for extended periods. That story is over. Deciding that someone's parked car is actually an abandoned vehicle that you can sell for profit while they're on a business trip shows a level of entrepreneurial delusion that's honestly impressive. Frank really thought he'd discovered a new business model in unauthorized neighbor car sales. Our next story comes from Becca, who learned that some co-workers will create elaborate lies about your career plans in order to advance their own professional goals. My co-worker lied about me to get a promotion. I work in the marketing department of a mid-sized company, and I've been there for about 3 years. I really enjoy my job, have good relationships with my colleagues, and had been hoping to move up to a senior position when one became available. My co-worker Amanda started at the company about 6 months after I did. She's ambitious and hardworking, but she's always seemed a little too focused on office politics and positioning herself for advancement opportunities. Amanda and I work closely together on several projects, so we've developed what I thought was a good professional relationship. We collaborate well, support each other's work, and I'd considered her a friend as much as a colleague. About 2 months ago, our department manager announced that she was leaving for a new job, creating an opening for a senior marketing coordinator position. This was exactly the kind of promotion I'd been working toward, and I was excited about the opportunity to apply. Several people in our department were qualified for the position, including both Amanda and me. We'd both been with the company for similar amounts of time, had comparable experience, and had worked on successful projects that demonstrated our capabilities. I spent a lot of time preparing my application materials and putting together a portfolio of my best work. I was confident that I had a strong case for the promotion based on my performance reviews and project successes. During the application process, I noticed that Amanda was being unusually friendly and supportive. She'd ask about my application progress, offer to help with presentation materials, and seemed genuinely encouraging about my chances for getting the promotion. Amanda also started making casual comments about how stressful the senior position would be and whether I was sure I wanted to take on that level of responsibility. She'd mentioned the long hours and increased pressure that would come with the role. At the time, I thought Amanda was just being thoughtful about the realities of the position. I appreciated her concern and figured she was trying to help me make an informed decision about whether the promotion was right for me. The interview process took about 3 weeks, during which time Amanda continued to be supportive and encouraging. She'd check in about how my interviews went and seemed genuinely interested in my progress through the selection process. About a week before the final decision was announced, I overheard part of a conversation between Amanda and our interim manager that made me suspicious. Amanda was saying something about how certain candidates might not be fully committed to staying with the company long term. When I asked Amanda about this conversation later, she said they'd just been discussing the importance of finding someone who would stick with the role for several years. She claimed it was a general discussion about candidate qualifications, nothing specific about any individual applicants. The day the promotion decision was announced, I was shocked to learn that Amanda had gotten the position. I'd thought I was a strong candidate, and several colleagues had indicated they expected me to be chosen for the role. When I asked for feedback about why I hadn't been selected, our interim manager mentioned some concerns about my long-term commitment to the company. She said there had been indications that I might be planning to leave soon, which made me a risky choice for a senior position. I was completely confused by this feedback. I'd never expressed any intention to leave the company, and I couldn't understand where these concerns about my commitment had come from. I asked for more specific information about what had created this impression. The interim manager seemed reluctant to provide details, but eventually explained that she'd received information suggesting I was actively job hunting and planning to quit within the next few months. When I pressed for the source of this information, she admitted that Amanda had raised concerns about my future plans during the selection process. According to the manager, Amanda had mentioned seeing me looking at job postings and had overheard me talking about wanting to leave the company. I was stunned. None of this was true. I hadn't been job hunting, I hadn't expressed any desire to leave, and I certainly hadn't had any conversations with Amanda about planning to quit. I immediately asked to speak with Amanda privately to understand where these false impressions had come from. When I confronted her directly, Amanda initially denied saying anything negative about me during the promotion process. But when I mentioned the specific claims about job hunting and wanting to leave, Amanda's story started changing. She said she might have misinterpreted some casual comments I'd made about career goals and professional development. Amanda claimed that when I'd mentioned wanting to advance in my career, she'd assumed I meant at a different company. She said she'd shared her interpretation with management because she thought they should know about potential retention issues. This explanation was complete nonsense. I'd never discussed leaving the company with Amanda or anyone else. My comments about career advancement had always been in the context of growing within our current organisation. As the conversation continued, it became clear that Amanda had deliberately created false concerns about my commitment to sabotage my promotion chances. She'd used her position as my colleague and supposed friend to gather information that she then twisted into lies designed to eliminate me as competition. Amanda had apparently told management that she'd observed me updating my resume, researching other companies, and expressing dissatisfaction with my current role. None of these things had ever happened, but her claims had been convincing enough to damage my candidacy. The most infuriating part was that Amanda had used our collaborative relationship to position herself as a reliable source of information about my intentions. Management had trusted her assessment because they viewed her as my close colleague who would know about my plans. When I demanded that Amanda correct the false information she'd provided, she said it was too late to change the promotion decision. She claimed that even if there had been some misunderstandings, the selection process was complete and couldn't be reversed. Amanda also suggested that maybe her concerns hadn't been entirely wrong, since I was clearly upset about not getting the promotion and might now actually consider leaving the company. She tried to turn her lies into a self-fulfilling prophecy. I took the issue to HR and requested a formal review of the promotion decision. I provided documentation of my performance, my long-term goals with the company, and evidence that contradicted Amanda's false claims about my job search activities. The HR investigation revealed that Amanda had indeed provided misleading information about my intentions and had potentially violated company policies about honest communication during personnel decisions. However, HR determined that while Amanda's behaviour was inappropriate, the promotion decision couldn't be reversed since it had been made in good faith, based on the information available at the time. Amanda received a formal reprimand for providing false information during the promotion process, but she kept the senior position she'd obtained through deception. I ended up transferring to a different department within the company to avoid working directly with Amanda. The whole experience taught me that some colleagues will use friendship as a cover for professional sabotage when advancement opportunities arise. That story is over. Using your position as someone's trusted colleague to spread lies about their career plans is the kind of workplace betrayal that makes you question every friendly conversation you've ever had with co-workers. Amanda basically weaponized their professional relationship to eliminate competition through character assassination. Our next story comes from Alex, who discovered that his brother's girlfriend had some very strong opinions about healthy digital habits and the authority to enforce them. My brother's girlfriend deleted my YouTube channel. I've been creating content on YouTube for about 2 years, mostly gaming videos and tutorials that I make in my spare time. It started as a hobby, but I'd built up a decent following of around 15,000 subscribers and was actually starting to make some money from ad revenue. My brother Danny and I share an apartment to split expenses while we're both getting established in our careers. He works in construction, I work in tech support, and we generally get along well as roommates and brothers. About 8 months ago, Danny started dating this woman named Stephanie, who has very strong opinions about technology and social media. She's constantly talking about digital wellness, screen time addiction, and how social media is destroying people's ability to have real relationships. Stephanie works as a life coach or wellness consultant, something along those lines, and she's always trying to help people optimize their lifestyles and break bad habits. She means well, but she can be pretty intense about pushing her philosophies on other people. From the beginning, Stephanie made it clear that she disapproved of my YouTube channel. She'd make comments about how much time I spent editing videos, or how I was always checking my phone for comments and subscriber updates. Stephanie would lecture me about the importance of being present in the moment and not living through a screen. She'd suggest that I was using YouTube as an escape from real life, and that it was preventing me from developing meaningful offline relationships. I tried to explain to Stephanie that YouTube wasn't just mindless screen time for me. It was a creative outlet that I enjoyed, and I was proud of the community I'd built around my content. The channel was also starting to generate income that helped with my living expenses, but Stephanie seemed convinced that any significant amount of time spent online was inherently unhealthy. She'd compare my video creation to addiction and suggest that I was prioritizing virtual connections over real-world relationships. The tension escalated when Stephanie started dating Danny more seriously and spending more time at our apartment. She'd make passive-aggressive comments whenever she saw me working on videos or responding to comments from my subscribers. Stephanie would suggest activities that Danny and I could do together, instead of me hiding behind a computer all the time. She'd plan elaborate outings and then act disappointed when I needed to stick to my upload schedule. About 3 months ago, Stephanie started openly campaigning for me to quit YouTube entirely. She'd send me articles about social media addiction and suggest that I was setting a bad example for my younger viewers. Stephanie claimed that my gaming content was contributing to the problem of people spending too much time playing video games instead of engaging with the real world. She acted like I had some kind of moral responsibility to stop creating content that enabled other people's screen time. I told Stephanie that while I appreciated her concerns about digital wellness, my YouTube channel was my business and my creative outlet. I explained that I wasn't interested in quitting something I enjoyed, and that was providing me with supplemental income. Stephanie got frustrated and said I was being defensive and refusing to acknowledge the harm I was causing to myself and others. She claimed that truly caring about people meant not enabling their addictive behaviours. The situation came to a head last month when I went out of town for a weekend to visit friends. I left my laptop at home since I was just going for a short trip and didn't need to work on any videos while I was away. When I got back on Sunday evening, I went to check on my channel and discovered that my entire YouTube account had been deleted. Not just individual videos, but the entire channel with all my content, subscriber base, and revenue history immediately. I checked my email and found confirmation messages showing that someone had requested account deletion from my laptop while I was out of town. The deletion had been processed and was irreversible. I was devastated. 2 years of work, thousands of hours of editing and content creation, relationships with subscribers, and a growing income stream had all been wiped out in a single action that I hadn't authorized. I confronted Danny about whether he knew anything about my deleted YouTube channel. At first, he seemed genuinely surprised and said he had no idea what had happened. But when I mentioned that the deletion had been initiated from my laptop while I was away, Danny got uncomfortable and admitted that Stephanie had been at our apartment on Saturday afternoon. When I asked if Stephanie had used my laptop, Danny said she might have been checking something online while he was doing laundry. He claimed he hadn't paid close attention to what she was doing. I called Stephanie immediately and demanded to know if she'd deleted my YouTube channel. At first, she denied having done anything to my account, but when I explained about the deletion confirmation emails, she changed her story. Stephanie admitted that she'd accessed my YouTube account and deleted the channel, but she framed it as an intervention designed to help me break free from an unhealthy obsession. She said she'd been watching me become increasingly addicted to online validation, and that drastic action was necessary to help me reclaim my real life. She claimed she'd done me a favor by removing the source of my digital dependency. I was furious. Stephanie had destroyed 2 years of my creative work without any permission or authority to make that decision. She'd eliminated my income source and deleted relationships with thousands of people who enjoyed my content. When I told Stephanie that she'd had no right to delete my property and that her actions constituted theft and destruction of digital assets, she said I was proving her point about being too attached to virtual things. Stephanie claimed that if losing my YouTube channel was this devastating to me, it proved that I'd been unhealthily dependent on it. She said my reaction confirmed that she'd made the right decision to help me break free. I demanded that Stephanie compensate me for the income I'd lost and the work she'd destroyed, but she said you can't put a price on helping someone overcome an addiction. She acted like I should be grateful for her intervention rather than angry about the destruction. Danny was caught in the middle of this conflict, but he initially sided with Stephanie. He said maybe she'd gone too far with her methods, but that her intentions had been good, and that perhaps I had been spending too much time on YouTube. I couldn't believe my own brother was defending someone who deliberately sabotaged my creative work and income source. I told Danny that regardless of Stephanie's intentions, her actions had been completely inappropriate and illegal. The situation got worse when I discovered that Stephanie had also gone through my personal files and deleted video projects I'd been working on. She'd essentially wiped out months of content that I'd planned to upload in the coming weeks. Stephanie justified this additional destruction by saying that leaving temptation around would make it too easy for me to fall back into unhealthy patterns. She claimed she was helping me make a clean break from digital addiction. I consulted with a lawyer about whether I could take legal action against Stephanie for destroying my digital property and income source. The lawyer said it would be difficult to prove damages and that the cost of litigation might exceed any potential recovery. However, the lawyer did send Stephanie a cease and desist letter demanding that she not interfere with my digital property or business activities in the future. The letter also requested reimbursement for lost income, though Stephanie never responded to that demand. The incident completely destroyed the relationship between Stephanie and me, and it put significant strain on my relationship with Danny. I couldn't understand how he could continue dating someone who deliberately sabotaged his brother's work and income. Eventually, Danny realized that Stephanie's behavior had been completely out of line, regardless of her stated intentions. He broke up with her about a month after the YouTube incident, citing her controlling behavior and lack of respect for other people's autonomy. I've since started rebuilding my YouTube channel from scratch, but it's been incredibly difficult to recreate the audience and momentum I'd spent 2 years developing. The algorithm treats new channels differently than established ones, and I've had to start over with building subscriber relationships. The financial impact has been significant too. I was earning about $500 a month from my YouTube channel, which had been helping me save money and pay down student loans. Losing that income stream set back my financial goals considerably. The most frustrating part is that Stephanie never acknowledged the real harm she'd caused or showed any remorse for her actions. Even after Danny broke up with her, she maintained that she'd done the right thing and that someday I'd thank her for helping me break free from digital addiction. The whole experience taught me how dangerous it can be when people become convinced that their personal philosophies give them the right to make major decisions about other people's lives. Stephanie genuinely believed she was helping me, but her help was actually destructive interference that cost me years of work and thousands of dollars in lost income. That story is over. Deleting someone's entire YouTube channel because you've diagnosed them with social media addiction is like burning down someone's art studio to cure their passion for painting. Some people really think their unsolicited life coaching gives them the authority to destroy other people's creative work and income sources. Our next story comes from Max, who learned that family members can make heartbreaking decisions about sentimental items when they're desperate for quick cash. My dad sold my bike without asking. This happened about 2 months ago, and I'm still trying to understand how someone could sell something so meaningful for such a small amount of money without even asking permission. The bike in question wasn't just any bicycle, it was a vintage Schwinn that my late grandfather had restored for me when I turned 16. He'd found it at a garage sale in rough condition and spent months working on it in his garage, replacing parts, repainting the frame, and getting everything in perfect working order. My grandfather had been a mechanic his whole life, and working on that bike had been one of our last major projects together before he passed away when I was 18. Every bolt, every adjustment, every detail of that restoration represented hours we'd spent together in his workshop, talking about life and learning about how things work. The bike itself was beautiful. Classic 1970s design with a deep blue frame and chrome accents that my grandfather had polished until they gleamed. He'd even found period-correct accessories like a leather seat and vintage reflectors to complete the authentic look. When I moved away for college and later for my first job, I left the bike at my parents' house since I was living in apartments where I couldn't store it properly. My dad said it could stay in their garage until I had a place with better storage space. For the past 8 years, the bike had been sitting in my parents' garage, carefully covered and protected from dust and weather. I'd ride it occasionally when I visited home, and it always brought back memories of working on it with my grandfather. My dad has been going through some financial difficulties lately. He was laid off from his job about 6 months ago and has been struggling to find steady employment at his age. Money has been tight for my parents, and I've been helping them out when I can with grocery money and utility bills. Last month, my dad mentioned that he was thinking about having a garage sale to get rid of some old items and make a little extra money. He said they had accumulated a lot of things over the years that they didn't really need anymore. I thought this was a reasonable idea and even offered to help him organise the sale when I came to visit next. I figured they probably had plenty of household items, old furniture, and miscellaneous belongings that could generate some cash while decluttering their space. 2 weeks ago, I was talking to my mum on the phone when she casually mentioned that my dad's garage sale had been successful. She said he'd managed to make about $300 selling various items, which had helped with some overdue bills. I was happy to hear that the sale had gone well and asked her what kinds of things had sold best. That's when my mum said something that made my heart sink. She mentioned that the old bicycle in the garage had been one of the most popular items and had sold quickly. I asked her to clarify which bicycle she was talking about, hoping she meant some other bike that I didn't know about. But my mum confirmed that it was the blue Schwinn that had been stored in their garage for years. I was shocked and devastated. My dad had sold my grandfather's restored bicycle without even asking me if it was okay. He'd treated one of my most precious possessions like it was just another garage sale item to be disposed of for quick cash. When I called my dad to confront him about selling my bike, he seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. He said the bike had been sitting unused in the garage for years, and he'd figured I didn't want it anymore since I'd never taken it with me when I moved. I tried to explain to my dad that the bike wasn't just transportation equipment, it was a connection to my grandfather and some of my most important childhood memories. I told him about the significance of the restoration project and how much the bike meant to me emotionally. My dad said he hadn't realised the bike was so important to me, and that if I'd really wanted to keep it, I should have taken it with me when I moved out. He claimed that leaving something in someone else's garage for 8 years was essentially abandoning it. This logic was infuriating. I'd left the bike at my parents' house because they'd offered to store it for me, not because I didn't want it. I'd assumed that my own family would respect my belongings and not sell them without permission. When I asked my dad how much he'd gotten for the bike, he said he'd sold it for $75 to someone who'd seemed really excited about finding a vintage Schwinn in good condition. The buyer had apparently been looking for exactly that kind of bike for a restoration project of their own. $75. My dad had sold a piece of my grandfather's legacy and my most meaningful childhood possession for $75. The bike was probably worth several $100s to the right collector, but even that wasn't the point. The sentimental value was irreplaceable. I asked my dad if he could contact the buyer and see if they'd be willing to sell the bike back to me. He said he didn't have their contact information and that the sale had been a cash transaction with no record of who had bought it. My dad offered to give me the $75 he'd received for the bike, as if money could somehow replace what he'd sold. He seemed to think that reimbursing me for the sale price would resolve the situation and make everything okay. I tried to explain that this wasn't about the money. It was about the fact that he'd sold something irreplaceable without asking permission. I told him that no amount of money could replace the bike my grandfather had restored for me. My dad got defensive and said he'd been trying to solve his financial problems and that I should be more understanding about the difficult situation he was facing. He claimed that selling the bike had helped him pay important bills and that I was being selfish for caring more about an old bicycle than my parents' financial welfare. This argument was particularly hurtful because I'd been helping my parents financially as much as I could. I'd never begrudged them assistance with their bills, but I'd also never given them permission to sell my belongings to solve their money problems. The conversation ended badly, with my dad saying he was sorry I was upset, but that what was done was done. He maintained that the bike had been unused and taking up space, and that selling it had been a reasonable decision, given their financial circumstances. I've spent the past 2 months trying to track down the bike through online classifieds, local bike shops, and restoration forums. I've posted descriptions and photos hoping someone might recognize it. But so far, I haven't had any luck finding the buyer. The loss of that bike feels like losing a piece of my grandfather all over again. Every time I think about a stranger working on the bike that my grandfather restored for me, I get angry and sad all over again. My relationship with my dad has been strained since the sale. I understand that he was facing financial pressure, but there were so many other ways he could have addressed his money problems without selling something that belonged to me. The most painful part is that my dad still doesn't seem to understand why I'm so upset. He keeps focusing on the fact that the bike was unused rather than acknowledging that it was mine and that selling it without permission was wrong. That story is over. Selling your child's grandfather-restored bicycle for $75 without asking is the kind of betrayal that changes family relationships forever. Some things are worth more than their garage sale price tag, but apparently that concept is lost on people who see sentimental value as just taking up space. Our next story comes from Casey, who discovered that friends can make devastating financial decisions when they prioritize new relationships over long-standing commitments. My friend cancelled our trip because her new boyfriend didn't approve. We had been planning this vacation for over a year, carefully saving money, researching destinations, and coordinating our schedules to make it happen. The trip to Europe was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime, and we'd both been incredibly excited about finally making it a reality. My friend Jennifer and I have been close since college, and we'd always talked about travelling together once we had stable jobs and could afford a major international trip. When we finally decided to commit to the Europe vacation, we spent months researching itineraries, comparing flight prices, and booking accommodations. We'd put down deposits on flights, reserved hotel rooms in 4 different cities, and even prepaid for some tours and experiences that required advance booking. The total cost of the trip was about $4,000 each, representing months of careful budgeting and financial planning. Jennifer had been single for most of the time we'd been planning the trip, so the vacation had been something we were going to experience together as friends. She'd been just as excited as I was about visiting Paris, Rome, Barcelona, and Amsterdam. About 2 months before our departure date, Jennifer started dating this guy named Trevor, whom she'd met through a work connection. Their relationship moved incredibly quickly, from casual dating to serious commitment, and Jennifer became completely absorbed in this new romance. At first, I was happy for Jennifer because she'd been wanting to find someone special for a long time. Trevor seemed nice enough when I met him, and Jennifer was clearly smitten with her new relationship. But as our trip date approached, Jennifer started making comments about how difficult it would be to leave Trevor for 2 weeks when their relationship was still so new and exciting. She'd talk about how much she'd miss him and wonder if going away for so long might damage their developing connection. I tried to reassure Jennifer that a strong relationship could handle a temporary separation, especially since we'd been planning this trip long before Trevor came into the picture. I reminded her how much work we'd put into organising everything and how excited we'd both been about the adventure. Jennifer agreed that the trip was important and that she was still looking forward to it, but I could tell she was having second thoughts about leaving Trevor behind. She started suggesting that maybe we could shorten the trip or postpone it until her relationship was more established. These suggestions worried me because we'd already made non-refundable commitments for flights, hotels, and activities. Changing our plans at this late date would mean losing significant money and potentially missing out on reservations that had taken months to secure. 3 weeks before our departure date, Jennifer called and said she needed me crying to talk to me about the trip. When I went over to her apartment, she explained that Trevor had been expressing concerns about her travelling alone with another woman for 2 weeks. According to Jennifer, Trevor felt that spending 2 weeks in romantic European cities with a female friend might send the wrong message about her commitment to their relationship. He'd apparently been researching our itinerary online and had decided that Paris and Rome were too romantic for friends to visit together. Jennifer said Trevor had asked her to choose between the trip and their relationship. He told her that if she really cared about building something serious with him, she'd prioritize their connection over a vacation with her friend. I was stunned by this ultimatum. Trevor had been dating Jennifer for less than 2 months, but he was already trying to control her friendships and long-standing commitments. The trip we'd been planning for over a year was being held hostage by someone who barely knew her. I tried to reason with Jennifer, explaining that any healthy relationship should be able to survive a 2-week vacation. I pointed out that Trevor's behaviour was controlling and that giving in to his demands would set a dangerous precedent for their future. But Jennifer was completely infatuated with Trevor and couldn't see past her new romance. She kept saying that she didn't want to risk losing him over a trip, and that maybe we could plan something else for the future when her relationship was more secure. Jennifer seemed to have forgotten about all the money we'd already spent on non-refundable bookings. When I reminded her about the financial implications of cancelling, she said she'd try to get refunds where possible, but that some losses were unavoidable. The conversation became heated when Jennifer suggested that I should be more understanding about her situation. She said that true friends would want her to be happy in love, even if it meant changing plans occasionally. I explained to Jennifer that this wasn't about changing dinner plans or rescheduling a movie night. We'd made significant financial commitments based on our agreement to travel together, and her last-minute cancellation would cost me thousands of dollars. Jennifer offered to pay for some of the cancellation fees, but she couldn't afford to cover everything we'd lose by backing out of the trip. She was asking me to absorb most of the financial loss so she could prioritize a relationship that had existed for less time than we'd been planning our vacation. The most frustrating part was that Jennifer expected me to be happy about her decision. She kept talking about how excited she was about Trevor and how she hoped I'd understand that love had to come first, even when it meant breaking commitments to friends. I told Jennifer that if she cancelled our trip for Trevor, it would seriously damage our friendship. I explained that I couldn't trust someone who would abandon long-term plans for a new relationship, leaving me to deal with the financial and emotional consequences alone. Jennifer got angry and accused me of being selfish and a port unsieve. She said I was trying to sabotage her happiness because I was jealous that she'd found love while I was still single. This accusation was particularly hurtful because I'd been genuinely happy about Jennifer's relationship until our friendship Trevor started interfering with. I wasn't jealous of her romance. I was angry about her willingness to betray our plans for someone who was already showing controlling behaviour. Jennifer ultimately cancelled the trip 3 days before our departure date. She said she'd decided that building her relationship with Trevor was more important than travelling with me, and that I'd understand someday when I found someone special. I ended up losing over $2,000 in non-refundable expenses. The flights, hotels and tours we'd booked couldn't be cancelled or transferred at such short notice, and I couldn't afford to take the trip alone with double the accommodation costs. The financial loss was devastating, but the betrayal hurt even more. Jennifer had broken a commitment we'd both made significant sacrifices to honour, and she'd done it to appease someone who'd been in her life for less than 2 months. Jennifer and Trevor broke up about 6 weeks after our cancelled trip. Apparently, his controlling behaviour extended beyond just the vacation issue, and Jennifer eventually realised that his jealousy and possessiveness weren't signs of love, but red flags about his character. When Jennifer called to tell me about the breakup, she also apologised for cancelling our trip. She said she realised she'd made a mistake by letting Trevor influence such an important decision, and she asked if we could plan another vacation together. But the damage to our friendship was already done. I couldn't trust Jennifer not to abandon future plans if another relationship came along, and I wasn't willing to risk more money on commitments she might break for the next guy she dated. Jennifer offered to reimburse me for the money I'd lost when she cancelled, but she was dealing with her own financial struggles after the breakup and could only afford to pay back a fraction of what I'd lost. The whole experience taught me that some people will sacrifice long-term friendships for short-term romances, even when those romances show clear warning signs of being unhealthy. Jennifer chose a controlling boyfriend over a loyal friend, and she paid the price when that relationship inevitably failed. That story is over. Letting a 2-month boyfriend destroy a year of planning and thousands of dollars in deposits shows exactly where some people's priorities lie. The fact that Trevor turned out to be controlling anyway just makes it worse. At least Jennifer learned her lesson, even if it cost their friendship in the process. Our next story comes from Kyle, who discovered that his mother had some very inclusive ideas about family holiday celebrations. My mum invited my ex to Christmas. This happened last December, and I'm still trying to understand how someone could think it was appropriate to extend holiday invitations to people who are no longer part of the family. My ex-girlfriend Melissa and I had dated for about 3 years before breaking up the previous spring. The relationship had ended pretty badly, with a lot of hurt feelings and unresolved issues that made it clear we weren't going to remain friends. During our relationship, Melissa had gotten fairly close to my family, especially my mum. She'd attend family gatherings, help with holiday preparations, and generally integrated herself into our family dynamics in a way that my mum had really appreciated. After our breakup, I'd assumed that Melissa's connection to my family would naturally fade away. I didn't expect them to maintain a relationship once she was no longer dating me, and I figured that was just how these things worked when couples split up. Well, there you have it, folks. Another night, another collection of stories that prove reality is stranger than any fiction you could dream up. From neighbours trying to charge rent for driveways they don't own, to brothers selling childhood treasures for gas money, to friends who think borrowing means keeping forever. These stories remind us that the people closest to us can sometimes be the ones who surprise us the most, and not always in good ways. Whether it's family members who cross every boundary imaginable, friends who prioritise new relationships over old commitments, or co-workers who'll throw anyone under the bus for a promotion, there's apparently no limit to what people will do when they want something badly enough. But maybe that's what makes these stories so compelling. They show us the full spectrum of human behaviour, from the petty to the profound, the hilarious to the heartbreaking. Every one of these situations started with someone making a choice that seemed reasonable to them at the time, even when it was completely insane to everyone else. So the next time you're dealing with your own family drama or workplace nonsense, just remember that somewhere out there, someone's grandmother left everything to the mailman, someone's ex is using family photos to catfish strangers, and someone's neighbour is probably trying to sell their car while they're on vacation. Sweet dreams, and remember to lock your doors, password protect everything, and maybe don't tell your family about your good news until you're ready for them to steal it, copy it, or somehow make it all about them.